college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators.
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
You have the choice. Whether it's going out to dinner or ordering takeout at a local restaurant or buying that new outfit from a local boutique, those choices help to put money back into your community. Town Square Media South Jersey proudly puts a spotlight on local businesses.
Piccalilli Inn. Visit them on Facebook or at piccalilli.com for their pick specials. Nobody beats the Piccalilli. Route 206 in Chemung. Storybookland. Create your own story at Storybookland. Manhattan Bagel. Looking for a quick snack or a full meal? Easy to use menu. Customize how you'd like. Place your order and sit back. ManhattanBagel.com has you covered. Start fresh, fast, order online for pickup and delivery. Apex East Roofing. Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com. And Dennisville Fence. When you want experience, go for the best. Fences, railings, outdoor shower enclosures, and more. Request a quote at DennisvilleFence.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses from Town Square Media South Jersey.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salads, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. Shop the wide selection of trees in any shape, size, or style. Find your perfect tree at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station, serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Monday at the Fanatic Sportsbook on the campus of Ocean Casino's Gallery Bar Book and Games. What's up, everybody? This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. PG, my on-site producer, is on-site, and Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios, producing today's show. Kind of a boring game yesterday, I guess, as we kind of thought. I had the Eagles winning, I think, like 38-14 or something to that effect. Felt like this would be the week that the Eagles just dominated somebody. It was scary for about a half. It was ugly for about a half. But in the end, the Eagles just absolutely overwhelmed what has become a joke of an organization, the Dallas Cowboys, and they move on. And I don't know what we learned from the game. Do we take anything with it? Are the Eagles legit Super Bowl contenders because of the way they just beat up the Dallas Cowboys? They go on the road. They win again. Like, it's not easy to win on the road in the NFL. They're winning on the road. They've lost in Dallas multiple times. They haven't won in Dallas for years. And they went down there and took care of that. Saquon Barkley was 0-10 against the Cowboys. That's now over. Hurts hadn't won in Dallas ever. That's now over. The Cowboys were 17-1 in the division. Home games against NFC East teams. That's now 17-2. So they just absolutely went down there, imposed their will. It was an ugly first half. I thought Jalen Hurts in the first half was horrendous, by the way. Holding the ball way too long. I think he got sacked 5 times in the game. In the first half. There were just a lot of things in the first half that made it feel like, here we go. Here we go. But Dallas is just so bad that even if Philadelphia kind of played a sloppy first half, an uninspired first half, Dallas being as bad as they are allowed Philadelphia to kind of get their bearings and take over that game in the second half. I thought really the big difference in that game was right at the end of the first half, where Philadelphia is able to get that late score before they go to halftime, and then they get the ball back to start the third, and they end up scoring with a big play to Goddard there. There was a nice play by Jalen Hurts, nice play by Goddard, and then after that, they just kind of dominated the game. It almost felt like you could feel Dallas kind of giving up in the game. You could feel Dallas kind of just saying, all right, we've had enough. We tried as hard as we can. But really, you know, that's a situation when you watch that game and we talk about the coach trusting their players. Dallas just has no trust in the quarterback at all. They didn't let him throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field. I mean, the game plan was to literally have him throw the ball, check down 3 yards the entire game. Cooper Rush was really bad. Their offensive line is not good. They don't have any playmakers in the pass game, so they're getting the ball into short space to these guys, but they can't make anybody miss. So the Eagles are just bracketing and doubling CeeDee Lamb. So when he catches the ball short, the Eagles have 2 defenders right there to make the play on him. And then you throw the ball to anybody else that Dallas has. They just have no ability to make a guy miss. They have no running game to speak of. So I don't know what you guys out there take from the win, but it's just another win for Philadelphia. They go to first place in the NFC East all of a sudden. They're the number 2 seed. And by the way, you were rooting last night, I would imagine, for the Houston Texans, because if Philadelphia gets a Houston win last night, I don't think they would have been in first place. I don't think they would have been the number 1 seed, but at least they would have been tied with Detroit. I think Detroit has the better conference record, which would have had Detroit as the number 1 seed. But, man, you were about 5 minutes away from having the same record as the Detroit Lions last night. Now, I don't know that you feel. Now, Detroit didn't play a great game last night either. They turned the ball over 5 times in the game and still found a way to win. Kansas City won again yesterday. They're undefeated. It came down to a blocked field goal as time expires to win that game. So when you look at Philadelphia after the game yesterday and the performance they put on, do you put them in the same category as the Detroit, Kansas City? I don't know. Who else do you put in that conversation? Buffalo, Baltimore, maybe Pittsburgh beat Washington yesterday. Who is in that upper echelon of legit Super Bowl contenders? Is Philadelphia there? And do you leave impressed with the win yesterday? 609-403-0973. You know, on a day after the Eagles beat the Cowboys, it's one of those days that we should have a ton of discussion. We should have a lot of people really giving us some thoughts on this Eagles team. But I feel like the Cowboys are just in such disarray that the game lost some luster yesterday. It wasn't a highly anticipated. I agree with what Fortenbaugh was saying on Carlin versus Joe on my drive over here to Fanatic Sportsbook today. He's saying, man, I feel like the game got robbed from me because Dallas is so bad. You know, I'm looking for a good Eagles-Cowboys rivalry matchup. And Dallas doesn't hold up their end of the bargain because they're so bad. So what do I take of it away from it if I'm a Philly fan? What do you guys take away from that game yesterday? I do have some takeaways that I'll share with you guys, but I'm interested to see if any of the listeners out there have something outside the box that maybe I missed. Is there something outside the box that I could take away from that game that we should be zoning in on? Because there's I would say I have four takeaways from that game this weekend on Sunday against Dallas that I will share throughout the day. But what is your main takeaway? 609-403-0973. Are we impressed with that win, or do we just say, you just beat a bad Cowboys team?
I got one for you. You ready for this one?
I'm interested to hear everybody's because I understand. I think people look at Dallas and say, that's not a good team. You beat another bad football
team. It's not. Because me, you, Josh, that sweet little old lady over there playing the slot machines, we all had more fantasy football points than Cooper Rush did yesterday. He ended the game as in the negative. He was in the red. Now, I know it's fantasy, but still, he was in the red.
Yeah, he threw an interception.
And that's how bad he was yesterday.
He threw an interception and didn't have – unless your league has – my league has 1 point for every 30 yards passing. I don't know how many yards passing he ended up with yesterday.
Well, he was in the red, and Trey Lance wasn't that much better.
So that's your only takeaway.
Well, that says a lot, how bad Dallas is.
They were really bad.
In all seriousness, I think Eagles are killing these teams. Now, the record, we talked about it before the show, 10-35 the last 5 games. That's the combined record of these teams.
So it sounds like
they're beating.
The combined record of the teams the Eagles have beaten in this 5-game win streak
10-35.
10-35. So what kind of takeaways can we get from a team that's beating teams that have a combined record of 10-35?
But they're dominating. They didn't allow a touchdown yesterday. They didn't allow a touchdown against the Giants a few weeks ago. I think the defense right now is playing out of its mind.
All right, let's go around the horn. Josh, are you a believer in the defense?
Yes, because they made adjustments. I think that, by the way, Cooper Rush finished for 45 passing yards yesterday.
Awful.
But he was awful because the Eagles made adjustments. And I think it was a big deal that this team did what they didn't do last week, which was they took their foot off the gas pedal last week. As Lane Johnson said to Derek Gunn. Well, guess what? On yesterday, they did not. They said, hey, we're going to finish this game. It's kind of like the Mortal Kombat with just they finish him, That's what they did yesterday. So I think that when you finish the job and you didn't do it the week before, I think we got to say, okay, that's a check mark for you.
All right, PG, are you believing in the defense?
Yes. 100%.
Wow, 100%. No questions.
Yes. With the way that they're forcing turnovers, I got to see the stat. I think it's five turnovers.
Well, again, you said 10-35. They're forcing turnovers
10 turnovers in the last 3 games.
They're forcing turnovers against Cooper Rush, Daniel Jones.
But that's what they're supposed to do.
Joe Burrow, yes, that is what they're supposed to do. I understand that. There's this whole thing. Well, you can only play who's on their schedule. I understand that. But I can also say you played teams on your schedule that aren't any good. For instance, okay, I'll throw an example, Josh, in a way that you can really understand this. You could say, is Indiana really good, or is Indiana, if Indiana played Georgia's schedule. Are
Mhm.
they 10-0?
No.
Georgia's only lost to Alabama the last
Well, they
3
lost
years.
the other night. LSU. They just lost, not LSU. They lost to Georgia Tech.
Right.
But that's my point. So, yeah, Indiana's got an impressive record.
Right.
But you're saying, well, I'm not all that impressed by either. Why? Because of who they beat. So, yeah, they can only do what is asked of them, beat the teams in front of them. That's all anybody can do. But we are allowed to judge the victory and say, well, the team you played, we're not all that impressed with. So, therefore, it gives me a harder ability. It's more difficult to gauge how good you really are based on what you're doing and who you're doing it against.
I just think there's a huge difference between the Eagles, who have now dominated the Cowboys, they dominated the Giants, they dominated the Bengals, versus a team like the Chiefs, who are barely getting by.
The Chiefs are interesting. They are barely getting by. Do they remind people of like last year's Eagles 10-1 team, where the Eagles were 10-1, and we were praising them? And I was in that boat where you're saying they are 10-1, and they're doing it the way they want to do it. They fist fight you. You want to fight me? Fight me. I'm going to make you beat me the way that we want to beat you.
Right.
And, the whole narrative of they're finding ways to win. Good teams find ways to win. It feels like Kansas City is kind of going down that path right now, where they're finding ways to win. Good teams find ways to win. They don't have an identity. They can beat you this way. They can beat you that way. They can beat you with the pass. They can beat you with the throw. They can beat you because of their defense. This week they won because of special teams.
KC's tough to have that in that conversation because they have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Right. That's
They're
what
kind
makes
of the
them
outlier
different.
to me.
That's what makes them tough, because I think if they didn't have Patrick Mahomes, of course they wouldn't be 10-0. But if they didn't have Patrick Mahomes, I think we're judging them a little on the curve because they have Patrick Mahomes, they have Andy Reid, they've won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Well, of course
So I
we're
think
judging
they
them
get
on
that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but we're also judging them on the curve because no one wants to talk about the fact that Mahomes has 9 interceptions this year. He's been sacked 20 times. Their offensive left tackle is a dumpster fire. You got Bakhtiari tweeting at Mahomes on Twitter, "Hey, bro, you need me?"
Well, and they're still 9-0. So what does that say about them? I that's the hard part. I don't know.
Their defense is elite. That's what it's saying.
So, and they've played a more challenging schedule than Philadelphia has.
Yes.
So they are beating teams that are.
But they struggled to beat the Bengals, and the Eagles dominated the Bengals. That's the commonality.
Well, now they play Buffalo this coming week,
This
so
is
that's
the
that's
by
the
the way,
litmus test right
this
there.
is the only game left on their schedule that is losable. They don't have a losable game left.
You don't think they can lose to the Chargers?
I mean, they could, but I mean.
And they'll also have Pittsburgh later in the year.
Those 2 games there. Yeah, I didn't realize they still played at Pittsburgh. I mean, they don't have very many games left on their schedule where you're like, oh, they're going to slip up this week.
That's like Detroit. I don't see them losing more than maybe 2 or 3 games the rest of the way.
Same with Washington. Washington doesn't have very many. Now, they lost
After
yesterday,
Philly, yeah.
and you needed that game. And what did I say last week? You need Pittsburgh to win that game. And for Philly to win the division, I feel like they have to beat Washington both times.
Well, you figure one of these 2 teams, either Washington or Philly, is going to be the division winner, and the other team's going to be the wild card.
Yeah, I think Philly and Washington will both make the playoffs. But if you want to win the division, like right now, the difference between yesterday, when we started yesterday, and to when we ended yesterday. When we started yesterday, Washington was the 2 seed. Philly was the 6 seed.
Right.
We ended the day with Philly as the 2 seed and Washington as the 6 seed.
That's the difference between a bye, a home playoff game.
No bye. You don't get the bye anymore.
Excuse me, no bye, but home playoff games as opposed to going on the road the whole time.
Right. The difference would be Philly now has a home playoff game instead of having to go on the road in the first round as a wild card team. They would actually get that first round game in Philadelphia. Now, everything can change between now and, of course, we got a long ways to go here. But that's how big yesterday was for this moment, because now Philly on Thursday night will play as the first-place Eagles as opposed to the second-place Eagles. And Washington, coming off the loss, they have to bounce back from that. Now, we talk about, do we believe in Philadelphia's defense? Is the defense something that we're starting to say, you know what, I don't care who they're playing, they're good enough? And here's my only issue with them. I still don't know. I know their defense dominated, and they held Cooper Rush to 45 yards. They generated, 5 takeaways in the game?
Yep.
And 4 of those were fumble recoveries. I mean, that's just poor job by Dallas
a
protecting
bobbled
the ball.
snap. I mean, yeah, you had some of that in there.
Yeah.
The DeJean recovery in the end zone was actually an incredible play because for those who weren't paying attention, he was so close to the line, he had to keep his feet up. So when he was down, he wasn't touching out of bounds.
You had that one, and then you had the Keystone Cops one that Nance and Romo were talking about.
Dallas, it's amazing how they got this bad. It's unbelievable.
Jerry Jones, baby.
I still wonder what kind of pass rush Philadelphia gets against Detroit. What kind of pass rush can Philadelphia muster up? And it's really, I think Detroit's the one team. I think right now, all right, so Philly's going to play Washington this week. This is going to be a big one. Is Washington in this to win this, or are they, hey, this has been a fun team? But quite frankly, Washington hasn't beaten anybody either. But they have won, or they've been in, their losses they've been in the games. This week against Pittsburgh. That's a good Pittsburgh defense, and Washington did move the ball. I think you can argue that the Zach Ertz got a first down on that call.
Bad spot, right.
That they got a bad spot. So it's not like they're just overmatched in the games.
They had a 10-point lead in the second half, if I'm not mistaken.
That was the game that was on TV here locally yesterday, so I watched a lot of that game. And I didn't look at that game and say, man, they're overmatched and by the way, they were the better team. Pittsburgh had to come back and win the game. So I do think that Washington is a legitimate challenge for you. The problem with Washington is their offensive line is not great. So if you can't generate pass rush against them, that would be a disappointment. I think the one team right now that I wonder is, can I get a pass rush playing against Detroit? And I don't know that means that you're not a good defense. It just, I don't know in that level of game that you're there.
I think for me, the defense, facets of the defense, I'm totally bought in on. The secondary with how Mitchell and DeJean are playing, I have total confidence in that secondary.
Mitchell's really good, and we talked about this weeks ago, and I don't think he's getting enough credit around the league. Mitchell's really good. Mitchell's getting to the point where he is becoming the shutdown, lockdown guy that nobody wants to throw to. DeJean, I think, has changed the entire complexity of the defense. You saw it again yesterday because Dallas tried to go short passes, short, quick passes.
Yep.
And DeJean is there, and Zach Bond. Those guys are making tackles so that, the whole concept is throw short, quick passes and then make the guys come up and tackle you. Someone's bound to miss a tackle, and there becomes a big play. Well, Dallas doesn't have anybody that can make anybody miss, and Philadelphia has sound tacklers. They do have guys that will come up and make the stop and not give up those extra yards. You don't see them miss, other than like early in the season where Avonte Maddox was out there, not Cooper DeJean, and you saw a lot of plays and drives get extended because Philadelphia could not tackle. Now, as the season has gone on, I think the Eagles are one of the better tackling teams. And look, early in the game, I don't know what was going on. They did not look good against the run. They couldn't stop the run. And, all right, let's get a couple text messages here.
Yeah, I want to get to Mike from Wildwood, specifically Mike, because I thought he more directly answered your question at 609-403-0973. He says, it's a great momentum win. Dallas stinks. You got to clean up the ugly turnovers. Huff finally got a strip sack. I look at this as practice for our big matchup on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dallas is just such a bad team right now. It's hard to get a barometer on, but I guess you could ask some questions. One, how did Dallas get so much pass rush against you in the first half? What were they able to do? Now, that didn't happen in the second half, so you did kind of
make adjustments, yeah.
You did make the adjustments, but if you're playing against a good team and they got 5 sacks against you in the first half, what did their offense, how did their offense capitalize off those 5 sacks?
Parsons coming back was a huge, it's just Michael Parsons.
Well,
so you got to.
I was going to say, to me, it was more than Parsons because what they were doing is they were moving Parsons up and down the line. They were bringing, what happened, if you go back to the Tampa game they did yesterday, which is they were overloading sides of the line with pass rushers. And at first, the Eagles were they were just panicking instead of shifting.
They had I don't even know that they didn't do a great job protecting. I think that Hurts was doing a terrible job of just saying, look, there's a guy open. Let me get him the ball. He was holding the ball way too long. He was getting time. It wasn't like he was standing back there pressured from the get-go. I think he did a terrible job recognizing what was going on. Or either that or the play calling was – it took way too long for plays to develop. And even so, he's holding the ball too long.
Well, then it goes back to the whole, they're scripting the first 15, 20 plays. Now we're back to the whole, or is the 15, 20 first plays any good or not?
Well, I didn't like what they did earlier. I said the game plan that they have right now is everything is taking shots down the field, and he can't even get the ball off. He is not able to get the ball out of his hands. He was holding the ball way too long. I thought in the second half, a lot more quick, get the ball out, let guys make plays, and then it opened some things up down the field. They had the Brown, they had the Smith, they had a Goddard play. I mean, yeah, the second half, the offense looked much more fluid, and I thought, by the way, Jalen Hurts in the second half played an outstanding game.
If you actually go literally from after the fumble on, Jalen Hurts was 7 for 12 with 2 touchdown passes after the interception and the fumble.
And that one touchdown pass was to Johnny Wilson, which was a hell of a throw.
Yeah,
it was a great throw.
It was a great throw, and it was a great recognition, and it was a great job by him to keep that play alive, sidestepping, moving out of the pressure, stepping up into it, and then making a throw that I don't even know how he got it there. That throw, the throw he made to A.J. Brown, I mean, that was unbelievable. So I thought Hurts in the second half played really well. I thought in the first half he was awful and was a big part of why the game was only 14-6. 609-403-0973. In the win, Jalen Hurts, his 23rd career game where he had a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown. He is also the second Eagles quarterback since the merger to have a passer rating of 100 or more in 5 consecutive games, and he is the first quarterback since the merger to produce a 100 passer rating and 1 rushing touchdown in 4 consecutive games. So you're starting to see Jalen Hurts do it with his legs and his arm. And by the way, his quarterback rating right now, it's actually higher than it was when he finished second in the MVP voting. So is he actually having a better year now than he did the year that he finished number 2 in the MVP?
And the tush push is back, baby. All that talk last week about the success rate, yeah, throw that out the window.
By the way, the tush push was back. That was a success. I don't hear anybody talking about the coach's decisions this week.
He stayed out of the way.
So if the coach doesn't make those weird decisions, is he a good coach? Well, I'll tell you this. With the win, Nick Sirianni improves his record as the Eagles head coach to 41-19. It's the most wins by an Eagles head coach through 60 games in franchise history. And his .683 winning percentage, it's 3rd in the NFL since 2021. Andy Reid is number 1. Sean McDermott is number 2. Nick Sirianni is number 3. It's a 5-game winning streak. It's the 5th time that Nick Sirianni has won 5 straight games in his career. Last week, the coach was the problem. This week, the opponent was the problem. They stunk. Dallas, woof, you got a long way back. Long road ahead of the Cowboys. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Got so much more to get into. Eagles, Cowboys, that one we'll look at today. And then we got to turn our attention to Eagles, Commanders. We'll talk more about that. The weekend that was. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City and pressofac.com. He joins us next on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, if you have ugly, yellow toe fungus, you gotta hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got a furnace issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Are you ready for a breakfast game changer? Discover hot bagels and more with locations in Margate, Northfield, Summers Point, and Atlantic City. They serve hot, fresh bagels crafted daily in a variety of flavors that will keep you coming back for more. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salads along with delicious soups. Plus, check out their lunch specials and party platters. Perfect for gatherings and holiday meetings. Swing by Hot Bagels and More and experience the bagel game changer today. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
At Boot Barn, we believe the cowboy boot is the foundation for a life well lived. We work, we raise, we break bread, and tomorrow it starts again. This life requires a boot that supports perseverance. Ariat boots undergo 150 steps to ensure performance. Boot Barn carries over 250,000 Ariat boots nationwide, because out west, tenacity is second to none. Ariat at Boot Barn.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital, Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Cooper University Healthcare. Together, we're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I don't think we're being fair to the Eagles. They've won 5 games in a row, all against teams that they're supposed to beat. No doubt about that. But they won by 28 points yesterday. Other teams around the league have lost games that they're not supposed to lose. I have a tough time not giving a team credit, dealing with all of the Sirianni turmoil. The fact that even a week ago we thought, oh, could he be gone if they lost to the Jaguars, if Trevor Lawrence didn't throw that interception late. 5 games in a row.
Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. They won 5 games in a row against teams they're supposed to win against. Yesterday, the Falcons, as somebody texted in, they lost to the Saints. I mean, the Bears, they want to be a playoff team. They lost to the Patriots.
Yikes.
And the Eagles are just knocking teams off. Now, somebody texted in and said, you know, college is different. I agree. The comparison I'm making is fans. I would ask that fan there. Are you impressed with the Giants? Are you impressed by Dallas? Are you impressed with Cleveland? No, most fans are saying those teams aren't any good. I do get what the guy said. These teams can win. There's upsets all the time in the NFL. I agree with that. But the fans also, when you beat a bad team, a lot of times the fans aren't very impressed by that. Oh, you only beat Dallas. They suck. You know, so that's why Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, every week, Philadelphia is having a hard time, as Evan Cohen explained. Is it time to say, listen, we got to stop judging the opponent and start judging them and saying this team's better than we're giving them credit for? Right, and you look at what Philadelphia did yesterday. They struggled in the first half, right? They got sacked 5 times. It was 14-6, and you're like, oh, my God, this is going to be an ugly game again. And then they pulled away. I guess one of the things is fine. They end up pulling away from Dallas. But if you have a start in the first half like you do against a good team, that is where I think people are starting to say, man, okay, they're good enough to kind of beat Dallas, but can they beat the Detroits? The problem is there's not very many teams that you can even throw into the conversation. I guess it's Detroit. Guess it's Green Bay. You've already beaten Green Bay, by the way. I guess it's going to be San Francisco as they kind of put this thing together. Maybe Minnesota. But there's just – I guess in the end it's just, are you better than the best? And right now it seems you're still not quite there, even though you're playing really good football. Yeah, they are the number 2 defense in football all of a sudden, and that's the question, Mike. Are we watching the number 2 defense in football? I know what the rankings say, but are you saying, yeah, stop questioning that defense? That defense is really good. Yeah, I know that, one thing with this team is last year there was the 10-1. Does that feel like they are past that, or are you still waiting for that moment? Mm-hmm. So, so what are some of the things that they're doing that is not causing them to look like the team that went 1-7? Yeah, I know that one difference, too, is Saquon Barkley. And, they had the 2 receivers last year. They were big in the pass game yesterday, these big plays that they keep getting. But I think having Saquon Barkley, just adds a whole nother dimension to the way teams have to prepare for this team. I think the other part of the defense, the 2 linebackers, they're contributing. Last year, the linebacking situation was a disaster. I think we take for granted sometimes, or in the world where everybody say, linebackers, you don't pay them, they don't matter. Those 2 guys have been a big factor here, especially in recent weeks. No decisions for the coach yesterday, Mike. There was no moment where the take the points crowd had to come into play. Well, it's funny because they yeah. Well, really, yeah, I mean, they had a 4th down and 10. They kicked the field goal. I mean, obviously, you're not going to go for it on 4th down. They had a 4th and 1 on the 20, but the score was 31-6 at that point. You're not going to rub it in. That would have been the only decision. Like, if that was a close game, 4th and 1 at the 20, would they have gone? But by that point, the game was completely out of hand, so they just kicked the field goal there. So he didn't really have a moment yesterday. They didn't go for 2 because there was no penalty. They just kicked the extra point, so the ball never got moved up. So we never saw Sirianni get involved in the game yesterday. So that was, there was no Sirianni stuff. The offense just kind of took over. The only thing was the 5 sacks in the first half. That's something that you're like, all right, how did that happen? Because you said, and by the way, Mike, just to follow up, you said that Hurts played really well, and he has. I agree with you. I thought in the first half, though, he looked horrible. (41-19). It is the best record through 60 games in Philadelphia Eagles history. Nick Sirianni. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Eagles getting ready for Washington. We'll talk more about that on Wednesday because, as you said, this now becomes the big game. Phillies in Dallas it's been the big game for maybe the last 5-6 years. It's been kind of a Philly-Dallas division. But Dallas is now out of this thing. The Giants were awful yesterday. It's a 2-team race, and they'll play on Wednesday night, and you can hear the game on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry, everybody, from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, and here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, Mike. At AC Press McGarry on the X platform. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, I mean, Sirianni yesterday, he didn't really have any decisions to make. Somebody texted in saying he listened to the fans. No, he didn't. There was no decision to make.
He didn't have to. I mean, there was literally no decision.
There was no moment in the game where, what is Sirianni going to do here? At no moment did a decision come up where you were saying, just take the points. There was not one moment in that game that anything came up. So he got kind of a free week of having any.
Right.
He got a reprieve.
He got a reprieve. Good for him.
Grayson's grades are coming up. I would have to imagine the report card looks pretty good. You'll hear that coming up in 16 minutes from now. The Nick Sirianni day after press conference. That is at 3:30 today. John McMullen tonight at 5 o'clock. We got the Flyers 3 stars Saturday. They lost. They'll play again tonight. And you can hear that game on our sister station, Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. You can download the Rock 104.1 free mobile app and listen to the Flyers game over there. And Monday Night Football on 97.3 ESPN. Looks like Michkov will be back in the lineup tonight.
I can finally watch again. I was boycotting over the weekend because Michkov was benched.
They won the game on Friday night with Fedotov in the lineup.
They did.
Or Thursday night, and then lost the game with Erson back in on Saturday.
They still got points, though. They still are stacking these points.
Stacking the points. Listen tonight, Flyers, San Jose. That's over on our sister station, Rock 104.1, and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. We'll have the Flyers 3 stars from the weekend coming up. Sixers, they get their first win on that road trip, 1-3 on the road trip. Last night, overtime. Big effort from Jared McCain.
Wow, and what a shot by LaMelo Ball, too. That was a heck of a shot to force overtime.
It was a hell of a shot by Ball. McCain, though, was the story. 23 points in the second half and in overtime. Gershon Yabusele also had a big night for the Sixers. I got some thoughts on the Sixers in when everybody's back at full strength. If Jared McCain can actually play, and it seems that he can, how that might change some things for this team moving forward. We'll get that and more coming up, plus Grayson's Grades right here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, use the hashtag SBLive.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
He puts it up and in. A three-point opportunity for PG. Great job by George.
It's Sixers Knicks tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Mad Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Mad Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for new negative equity refinance. The number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.50. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to madblacknissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Mad Black Nissan, the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
A lot of company.
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
Got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit CalviElectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage. 9 in 10 get financial help to lower costs, and many pay $10 a month or less. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, time for the Flyer 3 stars of the game from Saturday. It is brought to you by Kindle Auto. Stone Harbor Boulevard, Cape May Courthouse. Kindle's the family dealership you can trust for the next Ford, Dodge, Chrysler, or Ram. Let's take a look at Kevin Durso's 3 stars of the game from Saturday night. And don't forget the Flyers tonight. You can listen to the game on Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. 3rd star, Scott Laughlin, 2 assists, 3 shots, a block shot, 2 hits. Number 2, Garnet Hathaway, game-tying goal in the 3rd. And Joel Farabee had a goal on 5 shots and a hit. And the Flyers lose the game to the Panthers. That's the 3 stars of the game, brought to you by Kindle Auto Plaza, Stone Harbor Boulevard, Cape May Courthouse, the family dealership you can trust for the next Ford, Dodge, Chrysler, and Ram. And don't forget, Flyers tonight against the San Jose Sharks. You can listen to that game on our sister station, Rock 104.1, and download the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. Don't forget, we have another chance for you to qualify for this year's 99 Growlers party at Mud Hen Brewing Company down in Wildwood, and we got some more tickets that are coming in. Just got 5 pairs of Sixers tickets for the event. So we got Eagles club box seats, got Flyers tickets, Sixers tickets. Yes, Flyers tickets are coming in as well. We got all sorts of concerts and shows and all sorts of stuff from around the area. So the tickets are starting to come in there, PG. We're going to have a big old party. A bunch of us are going to be down there live for the broadcast at Mudhead Brewing Company. And don't forget, by the way, so the Sixers, they win the game last night, 7 o'clock. I don't know how many people flipped from the Eagles over to the Sixers there. But Jared McCain comes in. Paul George can't go in overtime.
Right.
So he's hurt, couldn't play in overtime.
He did take the final shot in regulation, missed it.
Didn't play in the overtime period. McCain comes in and basically takes over the game, 23 points. So my thought is this. When Tyrese Maxey comes back, if McCain keeps playing well, how do you keep those 2 guys playing? Because they're both kind of undersized, ball-handling guys. What do you do with those 2 guys? I wrote an article about it over at 973ESPN.com on what the Sixers lineup should look like when they're at full strength.
Well, and in the meantime, before Maxey gets back, McCain has to be in the starting lineup, correct?
We'll see. We'll see if they bring him off the bench as kind of an energy guy and let Lowry start these games. That's something we're kind of interested in seeing. We'll talk more about that coming up here on the Sports Bash. Hey, what do you know? Right now, there's the sounder. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered for a chance for this year's 99 Bottles Party. You will be one of the pickers for the 99 Growlers Party at Mudhead Brewing Company. We've got tickets to see the Eagles, Steelers, club box seats. We got Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, tickets to area shows, and more. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You must be present to win live at Mudhead Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th for the show. 99 Growlers, 99 tickets. That means we got 99 winners. And caller 7.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football, hosting their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He is going deep down the far side of the field. Sleeping for touchdown.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 8:15. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, if you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast. So, for any kind of office,
I'm really going places in my office.
count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, in a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This holiday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's over $1,800 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Over $1,800 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trade, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 EV9, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit name and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Repayment, rebates, and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
Save Tyler, Sixers, oh, baby.
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
1st and 10. The ball at the 13. Hurts back. Hurts looks. Here comes the rush. He's rolling, firing, complete. Touchdown! Dallas got him!
Yeah, that was actually, we didn't turn the protection to him, so he ended up coming free through the gap. It was either I get the ball out or I make a play. Chose to make a play. And Dallas made a hell of a catch.
Jalen Hurts got it right there on the hookup for the touchdown. That was really the big one because that made it 14-6, and they get that touchdown right before they go into the locker room, and it gives them the opportunity to get the ball back after they score after a Dallas mess in the first half. Sports Bash Live, Grace's Grades are coming up here on the Sports Bash. But first, I want to tell you about my friends over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. You know what happens when the Eagles win, you win. Check out their Eagles football special, free tandoori spicy chicken wings the week the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. You can do that at South Jersey's best Indian restaurant, serving authentic food from different parts of South Asia, including the best delicacies that will satisfy your taste buds. They're open 7 days a week from 11:30 to 9:30. The special lunch buffet is on weekends from 11:30 to 3. Visit thenizams.com for more information. I'm Mike Gill. The Sports Bash is live here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. What's the spread tonight, PG,
2.5, I believe.
Rams?
Rams, 2.5 at home, yeah.
I feel like the Dolphins are going to win one of these. They're not that bad. When they have Tua, they're not that bad. They're a playoff team when they have Tua.
Tyreek Hill is questionable.
That would be a difference maker.
So we'll see if he's going to play. It's a big game for the Rams, though. They've won since they've gotten healthy. They've won all their games.
Well, you buying into Arizona because they're in first place.
I am. Arizona looks good.
Wow, John Gannon.
Gannon.
The fighting John Gannons. All right, let's get Grace's Grades. They're brought to you by GMS Law. Make the right call. 4 convenient locations to serve you. Online, gmslaw.com. Well, Professor Grayson, I bet you if you were just grading the first half, the report card would look a little different. But it's a 2-half game, so I'm interested to see, did you give them a little curve based on what happened in the second half? Because in the first half of that game, it was a little ugly.
Oh, there's no doubt. It was a little ugly. Jalen Hurts being the one that I would have probably graded the harshest because of the turnovers that came back in and what it did. I mean, it allowed the Cowboys to kind of hang in longer than they really should have because of what the defense was doing. So, I look at it. But, I went into the game, Mike, with a little bit of different I did not expect them to blow them out. As much as on paper you looked at two different teams and saw two very different teams, one clearly a lot better than the other. The fact, I just feel like we've seen so many times where these division games just become tough. They become tough to get through, and the better team doesn't always win them. And I expected, the Cowboys to kind of maybe play with a little bit more heart. But I also did suspect that they might quit if they got behind by double digits. And once that happened, I think you saw them really start to quit, and the Eagles did that to them. And so over the course of a 4-quarter game, hard to find much fault with a lot of things in there, but certainly, again, taking care of the ball is a big thing, and Jalen Hurts has got to do a better job of that.
Yeah, I know. The first half, it was a mess. I mean, he's holding on to the ball way too long, taking a bunch of sacks. So what happened there? Was it the pressure, or was it him? What do we make of his first half? Because if you were grading him in the first half, as you said, he probably would have been in the DF range.
Yeah, to me, so I start with what I've seen over from Jalen out of the last few weeks when things were going really well and he wasn't turning it over. He was getting the ball out on time. He was, I felt like delivering the ball with confidence to his receivers and having confidence in them. He's the kind of guy who I feel like really has to have confidence in his receivers to throw them the ball. And I started predicting we were going to start to see a little bit more from Jahan Dotson because I'm sensing that he's starting to get more confidence in him. And he did throw him a nice ball yesterday that Dotson made a nice catch on. The only thing is, his timing is still just a little bit off. Now, yesterday, in the second half, and I think this is where you can look at Kellen Moore's effect on him and the adjustments. Clearly at halftime, somebody got to him about the time. He was holding the ball too long. He was waiting too long to evacuate the pocket when needed. In the second half, he did a much better job of avoiding the rush, getting out of the pocket when he saw a lane. His legs took him to good places, extended plays when needed, and then his arm finished the job. I just think that whatever was going on with that mental clock, it was not calibrated correctly in the first half. A lot of the sacks I did not put on the offensive line. I agree with what you said, Mike. He held the ball way too long. And once he fixed that in the second half, the offense performed at a much higher level.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he made some throws yesterday, and a lot of them in the second half. The one he makes to A.J. Brown, I mean, he drops that thing in there. I thought the throw he made to Johnny Wilson on the touchdown, that was a great throw. And that one was a big one because it puts him up 21-6. And at that point, you felt like, okay, Dallas is just not getting back with the way their game plan. Their game plan was, hey, we're going to throw the ball 3 yards and hope somebody misses a tackle, and that never happened. But, yeah, some of the throws that Hurts made, and look, some of the getting out of the pocket, using his legs. The second half felt much more like the Jalen Hurts that we saw a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and you mentioned A.J. Brown, the one that he dropped to him. What about the other one? Like, this was impressive to me where he kept his eyes downfield after he got out of the pocket. And A.J. Brown was so wide open over the middle of the field, it ended up being a big gain. But I don't know that if in the past Jalen would have kept his eyes downfield, he would have taken off and run. I said this last week too. I'm finally starting to see some growth in Hurts's game, protecting the football, and he acknowledged it after the game. He's got to do a better job of that. If he didn't hold the ball too long, Micah Parsons would not have gotten that fumble out. And frankly, Trayvon Diggs, that was just an incredible interception. But again, as you look at that play, if Hurts got the ball out a split second earlier, he's not back and recovered in time. It's an automatic touchdown right there to Dallas Goedert. So what do you see there? I see a good read. I see a good throw. It just needed to come out a little bit earlier. So there's places where you can see growth for Jalen Hurts. And I like the trajectory of where he's going. I don't feel like it was a step back yesterday because of the adjustments they made in the second half and what they got him to do. I thought he was pretty efficient with the football. I thought his legs, he used them when he needed to. And we hadn't really seen that side of his game lately either. So yeah, I think there's a lot to feel promising about with this team and with him.
All right, Jalen Hurts, by the way, Scott Grayson gives him a B for the game. Nick Sirianni, let's get to him because he had a tough week at the office last week. But there was really no play where his decision-making came into play this week. So you gave him an A. Why do you think he deserves the credit that you gave him for this week?
To me, Mike, I thought this really could have been a little bit of a trap game. I mean, it'd be easy to start looking ahead to the Commanders because of what that game is meaning and will mean and was going to mean before this one was even played. You're going to Dallas. You haven't won there in 6 years. He made that a focal point this week. He made that something that these guys needed to hear frequently and remember and acknowledge that as good as Eagles teams have been in the past, they had not won there in the previous 6 tries. So you better be ready. You better play hard because they do play, that the Cowboys traditionally, not this year where they haven't won there yet, but they do tend to be a tough opponent in their own building. And, I just think that he did a good job of keeping these guys on there. You're right. He didn't face any critical decisions. That game flowed about as well as it could have for him to not have to make any of those tough calls. So we don't know what he learned from the week before at this point, but listen, he had to have those guys ready to play. He had to get them down there. And now on the other side of this, I've heard this talked about, and it's absolutely true. They're only getting on an airplane one more time the rest of this season. And that's what having a front-loaded road schedule will do. And when they have to go on the road now, they're not doing. So he's had these guys ready to play. They're 7-2, 5-game winning streak. Just beat your division opponent. So I thought he did some good things behind the scenes to have these guys ready to play.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he didn't really have that moment where they had to go for it or kick the field goal. There was no take the points moment in the game for him. So we don't know what was the result of last week. Did he learn from that? Did the organization kind of have a conversation and say, hey, maybe, I don't know, but yeah, he had that team ready to go. And by the way, they did not look good in the first half, and they came out and they looked much better in the second half. So let's look at Kellen Moore and the offensive game plan that he put together. Because in the first half, you could say, Kellen Moore, what are you doing? Well, what's going on with this, the first 15 or whatever they had that first half? Kellen Moore, I thought, did a great job adjusting in the second half. There was a lot more quick, get it out, let guys make plays, and that opened the thing up in the second half. But in the first half, man, this is a tale. This is like getting your report card for like the first, part of the semester, and then at the end of it saying, all right, we fixed it after you learned some things. But I thought Kellen in the first half was, a rough watch, and the second half much better.
Yeah, but I think that's part of a good coordinator, on either side of the ball, is first you have to figure out what the opponent is doing. And in the process of figuring that out, you might not have a lot of success. And that's what they started running the ball, right? And you could tell the Cowboys were selling out to make sure Saquon did not beat them. And so the adjustment to that, right? The counter to that is, okay, well, we're going to use a little play action to him, and we're going to get the ball out of Jalen's hands. And when we have to, we'll run the ball with Jalen. And so to me, and I've mentioned this before, I think we're seeing the adjustment of Jalen is not early in the game on the first possession, first two possessions. He's not changing the plays as much as he used to, if you've noticed. He's not audibling out of a lot of stuff. And I think that came down from above to say, I need to see what this team is doing to us, what they're going to do or how they're going to play this play or that play, this formation or that formation. I can't have you changing that because it's telling me something. And I think what's happening with that is Kellen Moore is able to start diagnosing the opponent and then coming out in the second half with those adjustments at halftime that they're making and able to start putting a team away. I think similar things are happening on the other side of the ball for Vic Fangio as well. You have two coordinators here, and this is a big difference from last year, who understand the chess of the game and how to play chess with these other teams and adjust. And they're making adjustments. Last year there just wasn't. We were questioning that. Where are the adjustments? They're not happening. This year, I think you got two coordinators who are in the early part of the game saying, all right, show me how you're going to try to beat us. Fine. Now you've done that. Here's how we're going to go and then beat you. And that's what they're doing. And I think that's admirable. That's why these two guys were brought here. And it's kind of fun to watch that developing now week to week.
Well, let's go to Fangio. You gave him an A, and obviously they're putting up an A performance here. They got the Cooper Rush. They had 5 turnovers. They really have played well. I think they're the number 2 team defensively in football. So what has it been so impressive about the style of defense that they're playing?
Well, when you look back about 6 weeks ago when it was not going as well, they were missing tackles. Their angles were off. They weren't taking good angles to get the tackler. Their coverages were soft and their zones were wide open because what has happened? Well, I think Vic got these guys to start operating as a unit. I mean, it really seems like when one guy goes in one direction, an imaginary rope that's tied to him pulls another guy with him. And they're now clamping down on these zones. They're making them harder to throw into. They are confusing these quarterbacks. And frankly, I am excited to see what Vic throws at Jaden Daniels, a young quarterback who hasn't seen a lot of NFL defenses yet. I am excited to see what he tries to do to him because I think he confused Cooper Rush a lot yesterday to the point where Cooper didn't trust what he was seeing. So why were they only giving a couple yards up on pass plays? Because he checked down all the time. It was the only thing he felt like he could do safely. And it played right into the Eagles' hands. Stopping the run also helps. It's what this team has done a good job of, really setting the tone by saying you're not going to run all over us and then getting into the other side of it and playing that. But look, these young guys, I am extremely impressed with Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, how quickly they've gotten it together. Listen, C.J. Gardner-Johnson got out to a rough start this season. He looks a lot better now and is playing within the style of the defense. Reed Blankenship obviously has been a good player back there. These two linebackers are really, I think, setting the tone for this defense with that run stop. I mean, Jalen Carter finally seems like he's happy to take on these double teams. And he said it after the game, knowing that those linebackers are going to shoot those gaps and make those plays on the runners. You're seeing a selfless defense, and I think that's coming from Vic. They were all so happy with whoever recovered the fumbles, whoever forced the fumbles, who got the sacks. you're seeing a selfless defense, and that's not something you find a lot in the NFL. So I think that's what Vic has created, that mentality, and they are all playing together for each other on that side of the ball, which makes the chemistry and that unity hard to beat.
Are you ready, Scott, if we were ready to grade the pass rush to say, I think that the pass rush will not be a problem for them in a big game?
I don't think I'm ready to go there yet. It's the one aspect of this defense that I just wish they had on third down. That you knew if you didn't drop back and get the ball out when your back foot hits, they're going to be right in your face. Jalen Carter, it seems like he's being taught a lot better to get the hands up. You know, he's batting some balls down a little bit more. Other guys need to get into the habit of doing that. Because when you can't get there, the next best thing you can do is to affect the play. One of them got a pinky on it that was almost picked off yesterday. That's the adjustment they're trying to make. Maybe we don't get the sack, but maybe we can tip a pass and get it intercepted. The pass rush, no, I'm not ready to anoint them as being trusting the pass rush in a big game. But we might learn a little bit more about that on Thursday night because this is going to be a big game.
I was going to say, all right, so now Thursday night comes, and it's a battle for first place. Philadelphia is now in first place with the Washington loss yesterday. But what did we learn or take away from this stretch of 5 games against, teams that were what, Peachy? 10 and 35?
13 and 35.
13 and 35 in the 5-game stretch here. What do you kind of take away from this 5-game stretch as they now get into they're going to play Washington, the Baltimore, Pittsburgh. The Rams are a good team. So they've got, a much more difficult road ahead. But what do we take away from the 5-game stretch where they went 5-0?
I think you take away the fact that this team knows who they are now. I think they are a run-first team offensively, and they're a team that can beat you through the air. I think we've been able to see that Jalen Hurts has the arm. He has the legs that are back. For the first time, I feel good saying that. The legs that we saw in 2022. And he's got the running back to do it. He's got the offensive line. Jordan Mailata could be back for this game Thursday night. So what are they? They're an offense that can put up a lot of points when they don't get in their own way. And that's just it. Stay out of their own way. As far as the defense goes, this is turning into a really impressive defense. As I said, they play for each other, not playing for, their contract, playing for the incentives in the contract. They're playing for each other right now. And to me, that is an admirable quality that can really take a team. So you say, I'll take you one further. What's the difference between this team right now in these last 5 games and say the team last year that went out to that 10-1 start? There's just a swagger with this team this year. There's this belief that they're going to get it done. And that was missing last year. Last year it was, we got lucky that time. We got to escape that one with a win. Early in this season, they got lucky. And they were admitting it. We can't, it's Nick's words. It's not sustainable to keep losing the turnover battle and win the game. So I feel like the vibe, the swagger, the confidence, that's what they can take away from this 5-game winning streak that could help propel them to bigger and better things through these tougher games.
Scott Grayson's grades, as always, are posted after every Eagles game at 973ESPN.com. You can check him out on Fox 29 and, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The grades take us to Washington for the Commanders. And so far, I think if people are grading them, they have exceeded expectations. But they did lose to Pittsburgh yesterday. It sets up first place in the East against second place in the East. And you can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. And that means Scott will be back on Friday's show with another edition of Grayson's Grades. All right, Scott, we'll see you then.
All right, thanks, Mike. Take care.
Scott Grayson's Grades are brought to you by GMS Law. Make the right call with 4 convenient locations to serve you online, gmslaw.com. And we'll have that Eagles-Washington game for you on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, coming up, Nick Sirianni. It's the good Sirianni, the no decision-making Sirianni. Scott Grayson gave him an A. And, of course, you can hear Nick Sirianni's day after press conference coming up next. It's brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, air conditioning, installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907. Visit them online at broadleys.net. Coming up, Nick Sirianni's day after presser. Football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. John McMullen tonight at 5 o'clock. Holy moly. Eagles 7-2, first place in the East. Your reaction on the text board at 609-403-0973, and another chance for you to qualify for 99 bottles, 99 growlers this year, I should say, is coming up in about 35 minutes from now. Dawn in Marmora was our qualifier in the 2 o'clock hour, so we'll see Dawn over at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood for this year's 99 Growlers party. And just confirmed today, we got Eagles Club Box tickets, 5 pairs of Sixers tickets. The Flyers tickets are coming in. We got concert tickets, tickets to area shows, and more. The ticket count is going up. We'll see you there at Mud Hen on the 27th. But stick around, because coming up next, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Sirianni, his day after presser is on 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trades, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 ED9, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. You're paying that. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or Or the Flock Starry Light Brazier Fir with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games, Ocean Casino Resort, Atlantic City. So the next head coach fired. You want to hear the odds real quick before we get to Nick?
I got to think Doug Peterson is top of the list.
He is the favorite, followed by Matt Eberflus,
right?
Brian Daboll, Mike McCarthy. I mean, of those four, I don't think there's a chance that any of them returns.
No. I would add probably Kevin Stefanski to the list from the Browns.
He's on that list.
Is Dave Canales on the list from the Panthers?
75-1.
How about Zach Taylor from the Bengals? He's got to be on there.
16-1. He's on the list.
I think that's about it.
Nope. Sirianni is not on this list.
Right,
It is
Sirianni's on.
Peterson, Eberflus, Daboll, McCarthy, Todd Bowles, Jared Mayo, Stefanski, Zach Taylor, Steichen, Mike McDaniel, Dave Canales. Now, if Steichen becomes available, do you want him back as the coordinator?
No.
To work with Jalen Hurts?
No.
All right, let's hear from the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. This is Nick Sirianni's Day After Presser. It's brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907, online, broadleaf.net. Here's Nick.
Yeah, hi, Nick. I'd ask you about turnovers. A lot of talk yesterday about how you're showing clips of turnovers throughout the league, and you spoke about it. But what was kind of the impetus to that? Is that a recent coaching tool that you've implemented here? And where did the idea come from?
No, we've been doing that. That's part of our process that we do. We've been doing that since Indy. A lot of different things play into that. We have a meeting on the way teams create turnovers, that Jamal Singleton runs on Thursdays. And then, we always, after each practice, look at our ball security, the way we're taking care of it, and the way we're coming after it. So that's in every team meeting, emphasis on that. And then Saturdays, we always show the things from around the league. Again, we don't show every single turnover, but the ones that make sense for us too, and the ones we need to learn from, so anywhere from 10, 15 clips or whatever it is. And it's just so it's always on their mind. We know, again, it goes back to, we talk a lot about winning the double positive, winning the turnover battle, winning the explosive play battle. And it's just something that we emphasize. We've always emphasized. You guys have seen the posters and the banners in our team room of emphasizing that. It's just we want it to always be on their mind. I think now we're 23-1 when since 2021 when we win the turnover battle. So we know for us it's a huge stat. I mean, for every team it's a huge stat, but even more so for us because we're above the league average as far as 23-1 when we win that turnover battle. So we're constantly trying to think of new ways to teach it. We constantly try to think of new ways to implement it, and those are some of the things right there. And I think, I'm glad, I think what happens too is I'm glad the players are talking about that in this sense of, hey, we watch this all the time because it's etched in their mind, and that's what you want. if a play, like I said to you guys last night, if a play happens in any football game that they're watching, Thursday night, Monday night, during college football, they're texting back and forth saying, hey, this guy's got to get the ball in the right hand or whatever it is. So that's what you want. That's when you got your culture going the way you want it to go, is when it's constant. All those things like that are constantly on their mind, and it sounds like that's the case.
We'll go to Ruben and then Chris.
Hey, Nick, hope you got a little sleep overnight. Hey, what goes into, you have so many new pieces in the secondary, a couple rookies. CJ wasn't here last year. Isaiah's been playing snaps. What goes into that group being so new and playing so well together?
Yeah. First, Vic has everybody on the same page of, what's required, what's expected, how he wants things to play versus different looks. And then you got your position coaches with CP and Joe Casper and Roy, getting these guys, in the room to be on the same page. And I think that's such a big part. Obviously, we're talented there. We have talented players there with the addition of the new guys that we have, and Reed and Slay being the holdovers, and Avante that have been here. But they've worked really hard to be on the same page. One of the easiest ways to get beat in the secondary, in my opinion, is not one-on-one matchups. One of the easiest ways to give up plays is when you're not all on the same page. We work really hard to do that. And these guys are connected back there. And again, the more you're connected as a football team, the more it's going to show on the field, through their celebrations, and then also through them being on the same page. Obviously these guys have come in and are good football players, but then just constant work of, being back there together as one. The rookies, they've really flexed their muscles as they've went with Q and Coop. And it's just a nice mix of veteran leadership. Slay's one of the best leaders that we have on this football team. So it's, the combination of the veteran leadership, with the middle group, as far as, the guys that have played 4, 5, 6 years in the league, to the young guys.
Thank you. We'll go to Chris and then Jeff.
Afternoon, Nick. It's a third straight year now. You guys have had at least a win streak of at least 5 games. What's something, I know personnel changes over time, but what's something that you've learned about this current group that you have right now during that win streak, and how do you guys maintain this over the rest of the year?
Yeah, we're just worried about the next one. And I think that's all you can do, is like, no one's thinking about a win streak when it's the first game, and you shouldn't be thinking about it in the 5th game. You just want to continue to play good football. So, and wins, clump together as they have. Again, though, we don't think about it that much. We don't think about, about that portion of it, because we're constantly in the moment of where we are. And this week, you don't got time at all to think about a win streak this week, because it's such a quick turnaround to our next game against a really good opponent. And so our focus is on getting better every day. If you can string some wins together as you do that, that's ideal. But getting better every day through the good things that we do, and then also the mistakes that we do.
We'll go to Jeff and then John.
Hey, Nick, I know this may be low on your list of concerns, but Devontae Smith averaged 9.5 targets in the first 3 games, and since the bye, that number is cut. It's actually in half. How do you juggle, the fact that your offense is thriving versus not getting one of your better players as involved as you probably would like to?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jeff. Obviously it's always in our thought process to get them the ball. 3 of these last games, or 3 of the last 4 games have, been really heavy run in the second half, because of the leads that we had, and probably, more so, I think, if you add all the snaps up that Devontae hasn't played in that portion, he hasn't played a lot in that portion of the game. Obviously got to take a lot of the guys out yesterday with rest. But, it's still on our mind to get him the ball. It's still on our mind to get AJ the ball. It's still on our mind to get Dallas the football, right? And there's going to be games where it's going to, it's going to have to go that way. And right now we have a formula of how we're winning. We want to continue on that, but also know that we have a lot of different pieces to be able to, to win different ways. And so I just think about the opportunity that Devontae has gotten. He's really taken advantage of. Obviously, a huge play last game against Jacksonville to help us win that football game on a 3rd and 20. Had a big time 3rd down catch in that game as well. And so, Devontae was our player of the game, I believe, that the game before, because of how good he played with the football in his hands and when the football went to him, and also when it wasn't going to him. And so, he is such a good teammate and such a selfless teammate that he's blocking his butt off and doing things to change the game when the ball's not coming to him. And so that's just something that happens through the ebbs and flows of the season, where sometimes you're getting a bunch of targets and sometimes you're not. And we know that to be the team that we want to be and to be the successful team we want to be, Devontae Smith has to play a huge role in the offense, and he will as we continue forward.
We'll go to John and then Tim.
Hey, Nick. You mentioned a little bit about the short week. As much as you can you take us into the preparation of this week versus a normal Sunday, Monday week, and how things change, or is it that drastic?
Yeah, it's obviously drastic. I mean, you'd say whatever, let's say a 100-hour work week, and now you got to do it in 4 days, because you can't be like, well, I'm going to skip this week, or I'm going to skip that this week. Yeah, it's all the same amount of work has to be put in. Some coaches, and everybody, you don't meet 100% of the time all together. There's portions of the week where you're preparing on your own and then coming together to kind of talk about what you learned on your own. And so some coaches, all coaches are a little bit different. Some coaches will do it all in the week, or on the flight home, or some will do it in the week before, in the little bit of free time that they have there. So, but no steps are ever skipped. So it's just everything gets crammed into a shorter amount of time, and so that's what we're working through right now. Is I think a lot of guys will have big bags under their eyes at the end of the week, but we got to do what we need to do as coaches to get the guys ready. What's important is that the players are ready to go, that they're rested, as much as they possibly can be. And like I said, it doesn't matter how our coaches feel. We just got to get the work done and get these guys prepared as much as we possibly can, and be thinking sharp. And we can sleep a little later in the week when thinking sharp on game day. And as we lead up here. So it's always I always think that these Thursday night games, I know they're a pain in the butt to prepare for. They're a pain in the butt for the players to turn around. I really have so much respect for the players that they have to turn around and do the things they have to do. But as a coach, I feel like there's like Kevin Petullo and I were talking about a couple of the Thursday night games that we've had in the past, and the week leading up to the game, and the stories that we have. I always think it's a cool bonding thing for the coaches. We're spending a lot. I won't see my kids very much this week, or my wife very much this week, but I sure will see Kevin Petullo a lot, and Kellen Moore a lot, and Vic Fangio a lot. But I always think there's always cool stories that come out of that, and that's the cool part of the journey, that you're grinding together for a common good. A common goal, and you'll remember those things. These are the things that are so cool about being part of a football team. And so we'll make some memories this week, but ultimately have to go out there and play a good game against a good opponent.
We'll go to Tim and then Martin.
Hey, Nick, how much have you been able to look at Jaden Daniels, and what is he showing you in his short time in the NFL?
Yeah, obviously you see him on crossover tape. Early on in this week, I'll be watching a lot more of the Commanders' defense, and then get caught up on the offense, or on their offense as I meet with the defense and things like that. But obviously he's came out on fire. He's got his team playing really well. hats off to their coaches. And I just got a lot of respect for that coaching staff and the players on that team. And he's playing really good football. It's very obvious. I think everybody can see that. Really good player who's started off on fire. So we'll have a challenge here this week. But can't say enough good things about him. How he's going to the right place with the football, being accurate, the things he can do when he does, when things do break down. Yeah, a lot of respect for him, and we'll have our hands full.
We'll go to Martin and then Dave.
Hey, Nick. Obviously, yesterday was kind of like a light, quote-unquote, light workload day for Saquon Barkley. I was just wondering, obviously you wanted to get him rest, and you did. But, are you still able to see, his impact on, the rest of the offense when he's not, touching the ball as often as he has been in the past?
Yeah, definitely. Because people have to be alert of your playmakers. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Smitty, with Jeff's question about Smitty. Even though he's not touching the ball, he's still making an impact, right? I think that's the same thing can be said for, a good defensive player. Oh, he didn't get a sack, but he's still impacting the game because all the resources that are going to prevent him from getting a sack. So 1,000%, that's what good players, this league is your good player is really based off of the matchups that you get and stopping, and trying to prevent good players from beating you. And that's not just our theory. It's probably everybody's theory across the NFL. And so when you devote resources to stop one guy, another guy, something else opens up. That's our job as coaches to figure out, hey, this is what they're doing to stop this and get to that. And so, yeah, Saquon big time has an impact on the game, even when he's not touching the ball or just even when he's on the field. And really, even when he's not on the field, because there's always a threat of him, being able to make a play, and they don't know when he's going to be on there and when he's not going to be on there, so they got to call the game accordingly.
We'll go to Dave and then Bob.
Hey, Nick, when it comes to scramble drills, what do you think are the biggest keys to be successful there?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dave. There's a lot of things. I think without giving away too many of our secrets, the best way to explain it in my end is kind of like in basketball, you're trying to space the court and find the open spots, and free yourself up, right? And so, you don't want to get two guys in the same spot, right? You want to make the defense cover the entire field, and so it's about space distribution with the receivers. There's different things that you do to free yourself up. You got to be aware of the boundary so you don't get pushed out of the bounds. But there's different ways to free yourself up to unlock against a guy that's covering you. And then it's really just hey, you're playing. That's how come we all grew up playing football. When we go to to somebody's yard and there wasn't any plays drawn up there. It was somebody running around. You'd count to 5 Mississippi, and then the guy would come and rush it, and you'd run around, and everyone would try to free up. So it's just trying to find space in there. And find ways to get the ball. And then, with Jalen, I think what Jalen's done a really nice job of is escaping different ways, escaping around the pocket, both right and left, escaping up through the pocket. And so, which makes it very difficult for the defense. And feels like we've made a lot of plays, particularly yesterday, on our scramble drills. It's something that we work all the time at practice. That's always an emphasis of ours at practice, because we know those plays lead to explosives, and we also know those plays kind of come up at you can't explain when they're going to come up. They're going to happen when you're off rhythm and not on time. It's the second play, and so we put a lot of emphasis on that. We put a lot of emphasis on our rules on what our rules are there. And the guys have done a really nice job executing, starting with Jalen, and the guys distributing themselves throughout the field to get themselves open.
I'll go to Bob and then Zach.
Hey, Nick, can you describe the job that Jahan has done since he's been here, and how big of an adjustment has it been for him? He was targeted a lot when he was the Commanders, and obviously he probably knew that was going to change some, but can you just talk about that?
Yeah, I think he's done a nice job. Obviously, the last 2 weeks, he's made some really big-time plays, explosive plays for us. And, coming off each game, I've seen him play. He hasn't got as many touches as he's gotten in his past. But, I think that's the nature of, the third receiver here is, again, Devontae and AJ are going to be the two receivers that get the most thrown to them. And so that's always tricky because you have to be able to take advantage of the opportunities you get. Jahan's used to in college and even at Washington, 5, 6, 7 targets a game. Well, maybe you're only going to get 1, 2, 3 targets a game here. And what are you going to do with those opportunities? And I think that, the guys that take advantage of their opportunities, are the ones that get rewarded with more opportunities. And so, that's certainly a case, with Jahan as Jalen continues to trust him, as the coaching staff continues to trust him. But it's really a tribute to him and the player and the person that he is to be, because that's not easy, to have all those opportunities and then all of a sudden not. You really got to, again, it comes down to moving on, play the next play. Yeah, you might not have got the play here, but you never know when the play is coming to you. And to be able to make it and take advantage of those 1, 2, 3 opportunities you get a game. And Jahan these last couple of weeks has done a really nice job of that. What's unnoticed probably about Jahan is when he runs off, the space on the field that he can create with his vertical speed. He has a handful in the last couple of games too of really nice blocks that have set some runs off and some bubbles and some different things, some screens and stuff like that off. And so we're pleased with how he's playing. And he's playing tough. He's playing physical. He's playing, and taking advantage of those opportunities. So he needs to continue that, and we expect him to continue that. And I'm really excited that he's part of this football team.
We'll go to Zach and then Bo.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. Is Jordan Mailata a possibility for Thursday night? And if so, how do you ascertain his readiness in a week of walkthroughs?
Yeah, good question, Zach. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this week goes of putting him in positions to see if he can do some things. Obviously we'll have to be creative there, knowing that we will be doing walkthroughs. There's some different things we'll do later in the week that will be a little bit more than walkthrough to help with that as well. To get their bodies going. So we'll have to be creative with that with Jordan. I think one thing that will be, even though we're doing walkthroughs, we'll still have some individual periods at times, to get the guys going. Again, just so their bodies are moving. So those will be opportunities for him to do that. But like I said, we'll see where he is by the end of the week. We don't have to make a decision now. We have time. Excited that he has the possibility to be back. But, again, Fred's done a nice job. And we'll play it by ear. If Jordan's not ready, he won't go. If he's ready, he'll go. So we'll see where we are at the end of the week.
We'll finish with Bo here. Hey, Nick, just curious what your conversations were like with Cliff when you were interviewing him for the OC position.
Yeah, a lot of respect for him. He's been a really good coach at different levels for a long time. And then respect that, him being the former player, quarterback. I've got a lot of respect always for former quarterbacks that become coaches, and how they've seen the game and how they can relate to the game. Thought he was outstanding in the interview. Obviously chose Kellen in our particular case, but both guys were great. Were both great possibilities to say, and so a lot of respect for Cliff, and then the job that he's done to date in Washington and his career as a whole.
Thanks.
And, of course, you heard him here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot different after a win, right? He doesn't get a lot of questions attacking him as much about decision-making. There was something that stood out. Jordan Mailata, we'll get into that. Coming up on the other side here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football, hosting their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He is going deep down the far side of the field. Sleeping right back to the man.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 8:15. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new matte black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.8. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to MattBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Hey there, you and aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LANZESS.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Into savings. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, is offering the latest in diamond jewelry.
Sage Jewelers has GIA diamonds and the most exquisite diamond engagement rings. Come see the selection of lab-grown diamond and fashion jewelry, all up to 40% off. Plus, the Sage Jewelers watch selection is second to none.
Sage Jewelers expert jewelers can also customize anything.
Sage Jewelers, your fall into savings headquarters, all up to 40% off on Tilton Road in Northfield.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
And there is our 99 Growlers sounder, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. you are entered into this year's 99 Growlers Party live at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. You'll win tickets to see Eagles Steelers, maybe a pair of tickets to see the Sixers play, the Flyers play. Maybe you win a pair of tickets to go see a concert or a show in the Atlantic City area. But you must be present to win. And to do that, you got to be caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. It's all brought to you by Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. Caller 7. Good luck. We'll see you there.
Kevin Harlan here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa and Miami lost a heartbreaker last week in Buffalo. Now they take on Matthew Stafford and a Rams team on a 3-game winning streak. Join us for all the action on Monday Night Football.
Listen to Monday Night Football on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book today.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Open enrollment is happening now. If you need health insurance, get quality, affordable coverage with plan options that fit your life and your budget. 9 in 10 get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to pick up holiday inflatables under $20. Don't wait to save, in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trade, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with zero down, zero payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 1.89, 1389 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlattKia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes no cost to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. You're paying after rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
So I'm going to keep it rolling while it's hot. And just the way that they've been able to play, the intensity, been able to take the ball over, get the ball back. And it's always good when we can take advantage of those opportunities as well. So just need that same intensity here moving forward.
Jalen Hurts giving praise to the Eagle defense, which played well again yesterday. We're going to jump into that on today's edition of Football at 4. Plus Hurts and the offense. The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Football at 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Jersey Cow. Another beautiful day. It's in the 70s. So what about some ice cream tonight? Northfield and Brigantine, Jersey Cow ice cream is a year-round thing. They're open from noon till 10 in Northfield and in Brigantine. Jeff Mosher is going to join us for today's Football at 4 in just a minute. By the way, so did anybody see Jalen Hurts yakking on the field on Sunday? Did you guys see that?
Jalen Carter, right?
Jalen Carter, excuse me.
I did not
Jalen
see
Hurts.
that, no.
Jalen Carter. It was around the 50-yard line, right on the star. He is, like, disoriented, it looked like. And I was like, what is he doing? And then all of a sudden, you just saw him yak all over the place. You guys didn't see this?
So I saw people talking about it on social media. Now I want to go back and rewatch the game so I can find this.
It wasn't, like, early in the game. It was, like, first or second. It was in the first half of the game. It was definitely earlier in the game, in the first or second half. And I was like, what is this guy doing? And he, like, couldn't even get down into a three-point stance. And then all of a sudden, you literally just saw him turn around and blow chunks. I mean, it was all over the place. But I tell you, I don't see any video of it on social media. I don't even really – if you put in Jalen Carter puke, I think people say, did he just puke? I said, did he just vomit? And I was like, did he just vomit? And I was like, why isn't anybody else talking about this? I'm wondering if, like, the beat guys who were there couldn't tell. Like, if he were in the stadium, you might not be able to tell that he was doing it, but it was pretty apparent on television.
Well, what he did to Zach Martin was pretty disgusting, if we're going to talk about puke. Because that move that he put on Zach Martin, I think it was when they threw it to Dowdle, I don't know, one play, but he totally abused Zach Martin.
Well, I'll tell you this. Early in the game, when he throws up and the way Jalen Hurts was playing, I had serious questions of what the heck was going on and what I was watching. But anybody out there listening, let me know. 609-403-0973. Did anybody else see Jalen Carter throw up on the field on Sunday?
He really is becoming like an elite pass rusher, run stuffer. I mean,
they need him to.
Yes.
He has to be a dominating difference.
Game wrecker.
So that's number one. Number two, did anybody see Oz the Mentalist on the NFL Sunday Countdown show.
I did see this.
He stopped in with the Philadelphia Eagles. For the people who don't know who Oz the Mentalist is, he goes and does he'll do college teams. He does a lot of pro teams, and they usually have it every Sunday. And he'll pick a couple players. He had A.J. Brown was one of them this week, and he knew the name of A.J. Brown's first crush.
Fantasia.
He had it written down on a piece of paper before A.J. Brown knew it.
Now, that's obviously staged, right?
You think so?
I have to imagine that is planned out ahead of time.
I think that man is great at research.
I think Oz is good at the hand magic tricks, but I think with this kind of psychic stuff, I have to imagine it's planned out.
So the first one was A.J. Brown and his childhood crush. The second one, he used Darius Slay and Quinyon Mitchell were the participants in this one. And
the pawns.
Yes. You think this. So you guys think that this was all pre-done.
Every
week when you watch this, you think
yes,
all of them are staged.
Yes, because if he is so good at reading minds and predicting the future, he shouldn't be running to NFL teams to make money. He should be going to Vegas and predicting odds outcomes and making money.
Well, maybe that's not what he's good at.
Oh, come on. Now you're telling me that the powers only work for certain things?
Maybe.
I mean, I think it's a good watch. He's good at it.
Oh, he's great at putting on a show.
Yes.
He's great at putting on the spectacle. He tells Saquon, it's is it round? Is it a bright color?
Yeah, give me a break. The one with Saquon where he has the orange.
And the M&Ms are inside the orange.
The M&Ms inside, and then he dumps them all out over the floor.
You're not buying it.
No.
Well, the video is up on our website, 973ESPN.com.
That's where I saw it. I didn't see it on TV. I saw it on the website.
I honestly did not see it on TV on Sunday Countdown because I was watching the Giant Panthers game, sadly. And then I saw Adam Schefter, who tweeted it out. I'm wondering if, Schefter is, the guy who is almost like his agent, somehow got him connected. But I've seen him obviously do, I think he did Buffalo. He does, a lot of, these things. But he did the thing with Saquon Barkley where he had an orange in his hand, and he was trying to talk him down the road of saying orange, and when he didn't, everybody was disappointed.
It did get Jalen Hurts to give us some sort of emotion, though.
Well, every week when these things happen, the crowd goes nuts.
Yeah.
The players in the room don't think it's staged, but you do.
Absolutely.
Josh, you think it's staged.
I think the man is an excellent planner and researcher, and he's great at putting on a show.
I mean, where are you doing research to get the name of A.J. Brown's first crush?
There's a will, there's a way, man.
It's called A.J. Brown.
You believe he asked A.J. Brown?
That's his research. Yeah,
or maybe he asked the Eagles security guys, hey,
you believe Big Dom is a part of it?
All right, let's bring Jeff Mosher into the conversation from the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com as he joins us for today's Football at 4. Do you think the Oz the Mentalist is a staged performance?
Probably. Either that, if it's not staged. No, not staged. I don't think it's magic. Let's just say that. I clearly think he knows the answers, but, what do I know?
Okay. So when he does, the card trick with Slay, and he writes family on the card, he puts it in the deck, yada, yada. He asked Quinyon Mitchell for the word. You think Mitchell and Clay have collaborated on this ahead of time? I'm going to use the words family, and I'm going to – how does he get that card in there?
I haven't seen that one, so I don't know. I've only seen little brief snippets of it.
Yesterday. So yesterday he did the Eagles.
Okay.
He was with the Eagles yesterday, or
I've seen it in the past. He does it once a year with them, doesn't he?
I guess he whatever. I don't know how he picks the teams, but they usually do one almost weekly on Sunday NFL Countdown, and this week it was the Eagles. He did one segment with A.J. Brown, one was with Quinyon Mitchell and Darius Slay, and then the last one was with Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
So you'll have to go watch the video and determine whether or not you think that the whole thing was staged. But let's get some thoughts on the game. By the way, did you see Jalen Carter puke on the field?
I didn't see that. I heard you guys talking about it, but I didn't see that.
He puked in the first half of that game. I guess, unless he was spitting profusely, but he definitely leaned over and what looked like puke. All right, he did play well, by the way. Jalen Hurts did not play well in the first half, or the offense didn't play well in the first half. What changed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I look forward to going through the all 22 on it. I think one of the bigger things is that in the first half, they came after him. Not a lot of teams come after him and play man defense. A lot of teams will blitz him and play zone. And they really came after him, and he held on to the ball. So I know that there's some people have said, well, you got to give him some shorter outlets. It looked like everything was vertical. I mean, every time the Eagles drop back to pass, there's usually 5 outlets, and usually a running back and a tight end leaking out are among those 5 in their shorter patterns. So either he didn't see it, or he didn't know certain pressures were coming, and by the time he kind of ran back, he wasn't even able to get it to his outlet. But that to me was the thing that was going on in the first half. They just came after him. He may not have been expecting it, wasn't able to get to his outlets, and then in the second half, it looked like he was more prepared for it. And they probably designed some play calls around it and were able to strike big. That's the price you're going to pay if you're going to come after the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is typically a good quarterback against the blitz. So if you're going to keep blitzing, he's going to hit some big ones on you.
Yeah, and obviously, he was holding the ball really long. I mean, it seemed like he was just holding. And you're like, are they just calling some calls that are designed to be long routes, or is he not seeing stuff to just get it out quicker? Because in the second half, it seemed that a lot was a lot quicker and getting it out, which then opened up for him to take some big shots down the field.
It's very rare that I see this year, especially with the new offensive coordinator, that I see play calls that don't involve either hot routes or blitz beating routes, the kind of routes that are shorter and give you an answer against in those situations. So again, I'll look for the all 22 to come out, but I'd be surprised if 5 guys were running all vertical routes against these blitzes and Jalen Hurts had nothing to do with the ball.
I want to get your thoughts on this offense now. We have 9 weeks, and when you watch them play, are we starting to see and get a feel of what they are? They're growing. They've scored 28 points 4 straight weeks. And what, in your mind, has this offense become?
Yeah, I think Jalen said it best. A complementary offense, a team that can run the ball and throw the ball effectively, that will use the run to set up what they want to do downfield, but can also come out if they want to and have a little bit of a downfield presence early if that's how you're going to attack them. So they're a very balanced offense. I would say that.
Balanced offense and obviously a big play offense.
With big play potential. Yes. Balance with big play potential.
Yeah, because, I mean, you look back at the game yesterday, Jeff, and you're like, okay, why did they win this game offensively? Like, what were some of the things that they were able to do in yesterday's game that is kind of their hallmarks?
Yeah, once they overcame their turnover issues early, I feel like they did a better job of just having the pace, right? The pace and tempo that they wanted. You saw in their touchdown drive, that was the first touchdown drive. The first one was the big play, but the one I talk about when they started to get, after the fumble, they come back and put a touchdown on the board. That was a 7-play, 84-yard drive. And in the third quarter, they had a 7-play, 32-yard drive with a big play, and then a 7-play, 83-yard drive. So their ability to start to control the tempo, to kind of pick their spots for the big plays, but then also be able to march down the field and sort of break your back on 3rd down or 4th down conversions is also coming into form over the last few weeks.
The 28 points per game, what do you make of it over this span, and how do you balance that with who the opponents were?
I mean, I think – wait, did you say the first few games or the last 5 games?
No, the last 4, they're averaging 28 points per game over this, this 5-game win streak. 4 of the last 5, they're averaging 28 points a game. So how do you balance what their offense is and has been able to do versus Dallas, New York, Cincinnati? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure you do, other than you say you just beat the teams that you're better than and that are on your schedule. I mean, if you look at their strength of schedule and compare it to some of the other upper echelon teams in the NFL, it doesn't add up. I think the total combined wins of teams the Eagles have beat is 22. You look at the Steelers have beaten teams with 31 wins. That's a lot more. The Chiefs, 35. Baltimore, 35. So Chiefs, I'm sorry, 42. So that's a big number away from 22. So the point is, they haven't really had great wins, but they haven't had the opportunity outside of week 1 against the Packers to really show that. So it's not their fault, but that's just the way their schedule is. That's why this Thursday game will be a little bit more of a litmus test.
And that's where, Jeff, it's like on the defensive side of the ball, they're up to number 2 in the rankings. I mean, people are starting to kind of buy into this team, and then they give the other side that says, well, Dallas's offense is so limited with Cooper Rush. They just couldn't do anything. They don't run the ball a lick. So is this Eagles defense, in your mind, though, are there individual players and the job they're doing that has kind of erased those doubts for you?
Well, I mean, I think there's no question that once Cooper DeJean replaced Devontae Maddox, and as the weeks go by for the linebackers, specifically Zach Bond, and he gets more comfortable, I mean, he's played that position really well. Again, you take into account the opponent, but he still played it well. That's hard to do. He's never played that position before. And, of course, Cooper DeJean's athleticism has really helped give you some more dynamic play on the back end. So that, I believe, is real. You don't see the Eagles missing, tackles or flying all over the place, undisciplined, things of that nature. So that's, to me, an improvement. Now, can they hold down a really good passing? I mean, we'll find out on Thursday night, right? I mean, they're going to play a good offense. It's not an offense that's blessed with a lot of great playmakers outside of McLaurin, but for whatever reason, the quarterback's been great and the offense has been efficient.
What do you think, in your mind, the linebackers' role in this is? Like, how much is having those two guys and them playing the way they are changed this defense? I mean, last year you had Nicholas Morrow and, I can't even remember who the other guy was. Who was the other one?
Last year would be, let's see, Nick Morrow and Zach Cunningham.
Zach Cunningham, yes. So, it's weird because the fans always complain, the linebackers, they don't care about the linebackers. And then they have these two guys right now. Are they part of the reason, in your mind, why we believe in this defense?
I mean, yes. Yeah. I mean, if they hadn't improved to this point, I think then maybe you slip up here or there. You're waiting to see what happens when they play a team that's kind of like the 49ers or, like I said, this Washington team may not have playmakers everywhere, but they've got, Zach Ertz contributes and Austin Eckler contributes and Brian Robinson, if he plays, can be tough. And so they can hit you with a few different guys. And so Thursday night will be a test. And then, the Ravens will be a test. I still see at times Nakobe Dean struggling in coverage. That's fine. He's not perfect. He's not an all-pro. And Zach Bond plays really well. And he's been playing well in coverage. But again, he made a really nice play on the first play of the game against Jacksonville where he was able to drop and cover a corner out that Trevor Lawrence was throwing to, I want to say, Ingram, right? What happens when that's like Mahomes to Kelsey? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look at this as this stretch and say, are the Eagles Super Bowl contenders? That's a tough question to answer. If you want to look at the stretch and say, am I seeing improvement? Am I seeing a team that can go out there and compete against almost any team? I think that answer is fairly yes.
Yeah, it's weird because Dallas is just so bad. I mean, I can't believe terrible. Yeah, I mean, were you surprised seeing them like that yesterday? How bad that they've really become?
I'll tell you what surprises me. I talked about this a lot on the pregame show. I even did an interview down in Dallas. You're Mike McCarthy, right? I feel like most times coaches, especially more younger or modern coaches, when they realize that not only are they on their backup quarterback who hasn't started in 2 years, but their offensive line's been banged up and not playing well. They have one good receiver. Normally that's when you see sort of a what have we got to lose approach, and let's try to do something that the opponent isn't ready for. So I suggested last week maybe you see an extra offensive lineman on the field to try to get your run game going and control the ball a little bit, or maybe you see a lot of spread, no huddle to try to get the Eagles in dime and take advantage of Avonte Maddox on the field. Either way, I'm not an offensive coordinator. I'm just spitballing, right? But the point is, Mike McCarthy literally just went out there and ran his offense. Like nothing. no tricks, no gadgets. He waited until they were getting the doors blown off to get the Trey Lance package in there. He literally thought with Cooper Rush, with his terrible offensive line, with one good playmaker, and the Eagles coming to town, doing what they've done for the last 4 weeks, they were just going to line it up and play football and win. That's the surprise to me. Like, that is an arrogance of an old school coach that was almost mind-boggling. If that was like Kevin O'Connell or Shanahan or even Andy Reid, who's older, but like, that he would have thought of something to try to masquerade the fact that you stink and you're undermanned. But no, Mike McCarthy just like, we're going to run the ball. Rico Dowdle. We'll try a couple 3rd to 5 yard routes to Cooper Lamb, to CeeDee Lamb. That was a joke. That was almost unprofessional, in my opinion, to go out there and think that you were going to hang with the Eagles with that sorry-ass offense that you got. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, I tell you, you make a great point there. And the fact that Philadelphia just basically blows the doors off them, I know it was ugly in the first half, but it almost seemed like the Cowboys had just given up. They were like, this is all the coach gave us? Literally, you gave us a 3-yard pass play. Now, I will say the few times they took shots down the field, Cooper Rush was awful. He was nowhere near the receiver. I mean, some of the times you're like, what is going on here? They just looked completely unprofessional at times on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, they gave you an effort in the first half, and then they just kind of ran out of gas. The Eagles just kind of took their will and their soul from them.
Right. I mean, at least Mike Zimmer was like, well, let's just try to, blitz them, cause a few turnovers, see what we can do. And that worked for a quarter. But you can't cause turnovers, give the ball to your offense deep in the other team's territory, and then watch the offense go 3 and out and just ruin. I mean, just honestly, they should have got off the bus if they were going to do that. I guess they don't have to get off the bus. Well, they take the bus from the team hotel, right?
Yeah, probably. Jordan Mailata, looks like they're going to open the 21-day window on him. Nick Sirianni was not committal whether he plays or not. But, man, Fred Johnson has done a solid job stepping in here. But getting Mailata back gives you your original starting 5 back on the offensive line, which at this stage of the season, for you to be healthy up front there, and possibly for this game on Thursday night, it'll be interesting to see if they just stick with Fred Johnson because it's a short week. What do you think?
I would think that you go with Fred Johnson. I think you're not even practicing like a real practice 3 times. You've got like jog throughs or walk throughs. The guy hasn't played in 4 weeks. If he plays, that would be pretty tremendous. And I don't even know if it's worth it. I mean, again, you'd be throwing a guy on the field in a huge game when he hasn't played in 4 weeks and hasn't even practiced other than a couple of walkthroughs. So I'd be surprised if Mailata played, but, stranger things have happened.
Eagles 6-0 with A.J. Brown, 30 points a game when he plays. They are 1-2 without him. They average 17 points a game when he does not play. A.J. Brown return, obviously a big part of this offense yesterday. Then another big play. Smith had another play. Goddard coming back. How did they use Goddard into the offense yesterday? So there was I still think this offense, Jeff, is still growing and getting more and more because they have not really played with a full deck at any point other than game 1. And in that first game of the season, I think is the highest scoring game they've had all year.
Yeah, they had the 34 against the Green Bay Packers. So that was good. Yeah, and Johnny Wilson, who had a touchdown negated by kind of a call last week, finally gets in and gets his first touchdown. So that was nice to see for the rookie. I agree. I think Jalen Hurts has done a nice job of not finding a true number 3 receiver, but
that play he threw the ball to Dotson throw he made to Dotson yesterday was a surprise.
That was a trust throw, which is nice to see. It was a back shoulder. I'm going to trust you. I got one-on-one coverage, which is nice to see. So whether it's him, Calcaterra, Johnny Wilson, it's nice to see a trio of people evolve as a potential number 3 target or 3 receiver 4 target.
All Eagles yesterday. They beat Dallas. They get to first place. Now they're the 2 seed, by the way, in the NFC conference. And now you start to, look down the road. Washington Thursday night. Then you get that little break. And as we talked about earlier during Grayson's grades, they only travel one more time on an airplane the rest of the season here. So they do have a tougher schedule. The back end with you got the Ravens in there, you got the Rams in there, you got the Steelers in there. You're going to play Washington again. So they're going to have to earn their way to a division championship.
They will. And I think that the true tests of just how good the Eagles are will probably get a better answer to that in the coming 4 to 5 weeks.
All right, we'll talk more about the matchup with Washington on Wednesday when Jeff Mosher's back here for Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. But go check out the podcast on all podcasting platforms to listen to their take and thoughts on the Eagles' win over the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles 7-2 in the NFC East. All right, Moshe, talk to you Wednesday.
All right, Mike, take care.
All right, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, Richie in Little Lake Harbor, congratulations to you, Richie. We'll see you at this year's 99 Growlers party at Mudhen Brewing Company in Wildwood. He'll be as part of our 99 Growlers party on November the 27th. For this year's party, we have a pair of tickets, club box seats, to see the Eagles and Steelers. That is our big ticket item, but we've got other pairs of tickets. Remember, all 99 qualifiers are walking away with a pair of tickets. Every single person.
How about Russell Wilson? Is he Seattle Wilson now? Maybe not that guy, but he's a lot better than Denver Bronco Russell Wilson.
I will say this. Tomlin made the right decision going to Wilson. It just gives them more dynamic ability in the pass game.
Oh, you mean a guy that can actually throw the football?
Well, I mean, and I'm not going to only throw it. He can throw it down the field.
Right.
And they have a receiver in George Pickens, who that's what he specializes in. Going down the field, making a big play. That's what he's good at. Justin Fields probably, and Rex Ryan brought this up this morning, I think. He said, I'd still have a package for Fields in there that he can still create, do things that Wilson can't. But, yeah, Russell Wilson, he completed, I think, less than 50% of his passes yesterday.
I mean, that team is believing, though. I think they believe that they are a legit contender in that AFC.
All right, we'll get more into the landscape of the league after all the games. But when we come back, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Nick Earnshaw has today's Nuggets coming up next.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I'm the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got a furnace issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matte Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for new negative equity finance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689,000. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6670 or go to redblacknissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pipe. Egg Harbor Township.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Mike Gill, the Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free fries from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage. 9 in 10 get financial help to lower costs, and many pay $10 a month or less. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles routed the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday 34-6, winning their 5th in a row as they raised their record to 7-2. Jalen Hurts threw for 202 yards with a pair of touchdowns. He also had 2 rushing scores. Dallas Goedert and Johnny Wilson both had touchdown receptions. Eagles defense held Dallas to 2 field goals, forcing 5 turnovers on the day. They kept Dallas to 146 yards of total offense, with Washington's loss to Pittsburgh, Philadelphia leading the NFC East by a half a game. NBA, the Sixers hosting the New York Knicks on Tuesday night. Center Joel Embiid expected to make his season debut. Philadelphia snapped a 5-game losing skid Sunday, beating the Charlotte Hornets 107-105 in overtime. Jared McCain with 27 points. Tyrese Maxey will be reevaluated this week for a hamstring strain, thus expected to miss a few weeks. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. It's been one of the warmest starts to November on record, and now it's time for temperatures to turn more seasonable. Get ready for a chill in the air, settling in by this time tomorrow. Tonight, mainly clear and dry, breezy and cool, low 48. Tomorrow's high only 55, much cooler, sunny and windy tomorrow. Wednesday, mostly sunny, high of only 52. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 4:32 on a Sports Bash Monday edition, live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, Booking Games and Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's time now for Nick's Nuggets, which are brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook. We're live here every Monday. You can stop out and see us for the show. And, of course, we got Monday Night Football tonight. It's Rams and Dolphins, and you can listen to that right here. Coverage starts at 7:30. But right now, Nick Earnshaw is here. He's host of the Shift podcast and producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. There he is, Nick Earnshaw, for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Mike. How's it going? Pete, nice to see you as well. Great to be back on a Victory Monday after the Eagles beat up on those Dallas Cowboys yesterday. Oh, there's nothing better than that. That's for sure. And we got to get right into it. The defense, Nugget number one. I mean, I have been so impressed. I think most people have with this defense over the past couple of weeks. I mean, since the bye week, they have been ridiculous. I don't know what happened during that bye week on the offensive side, defense, special teams. I don't know what happened, but they have really found their stride. And since that bye week, they lead the NFL in total defense, passing defense, defensive points allowed, second in rushing defense, and are second in sacks since that point, Mike. And they have really stepped up. Now, I know yesterday it was Cooper Rush, it was the Dallas Cowboys, but we have to remember there's a lot of young players on this defensive side and a new coordinator in Vic Fangio. So to put all this starting to put all this together early on in the season, it was a struggle. But now as the weeks have gone on, the defense has really stepped up. And Zach Bond, who's a new piece to this puzzle, he has really stepped up as well. He's been fantastic all year. He has had the highest PFF grade for any linebacker since week 8. He's been ridiculous as well. So the defense has been absolutely impressive, Mike.
It has been. You mentioned what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Giants, Bengals, Browns. That team yesterday was
Jags.
Jacksonville, yeah. I don't know what to think about the level of opponent mixed in with the performances. Look, I get it. You can only play who's on your schedule, but you can also say that team is Cooper Rush was horrendous yesterday. The offense was horrendous yesterday. Now, is that because Philadelphia was so good? No, I think Dallas's game plan was so bad that nobody was winning that game with that game plan yesterday. Now, I got to give the Eagles credit for doing their job, making tackles, not missing plays. Now, I thought Dallas ran the ball early in that game better. It was frustrating. You're like, dude, this team can't run the ball a lick, and they got some yardage on the ground early in the game. In fact, they drove down the field and had a chance to score, but Zeke Elliott, who has no business being on an NFL roster,
he's cooked.
Fumbles the ball. I mean, any team that has half of ability to do anything punches that in there. So I thought the first half, the way that Dallas ran the ball on you was a little bit concerning. But, yeah, in the second half, they really – but, I mean, there was just nothing to be worried about. They could not take a shot down the field. They refused to. And everything they did was so short underneath. And the one thing I say you got to give Philly credit for, and there's more than that, but they throw the ball short. They came up and tackled. And that's what it came down to. So, I don't know what to make of this defense. I really don't.
At this point, I mean, listen, you can't change who's on your schedule, right? And they've played extremely well.
We hear this all the time. You can't change who's on the schedule. I know we can't. You have to beat who's on your schedule. No crap. But I can also judge who they are. I can say that the Giants are just not a good offensive team. So I can't say, hey, man, I'm beating up on teams that I'm impressed by. I'm not impressed. The Giants lost yesterday to Carolina, who gives up like 40 points a game, and they couldn't score. So, yeah, I know you can only play who's on your schedule. And when you play teams that are on your schedule that stink, you better beat them. And that's what the Eagles are doing. So they're taking care of business, yes. But I also can say I'm not all that impressed with the teams that they have beaten. The one team I will say that I think is a pretty good team that they beat up on was Cincinnati. Cincinnati's offense is legitimately a good offense, and they really held them, to 17 points in that game?
Yes.
That's a good performance. So that one there gives me something. But one of Cincinnati's problems is their offensive line stinks. They don't run the ball all that well. They really have Chase and Burrow. They did not have T. Higgins in that game. Yes, I know you can only play who's on your schedule, but am I not allowed to judge who those teams are?
You can, but here's my thing. This defense looked horrendous early on in the season. I mean, horrendous. They were not put together. You had Huff, who was one of your highest graded players yesterday, according to PFF. He actually stepped up a little bit, so that's encouraging, right? You're seeing encouraging things from a young defense. That's my point here is, like, remember, these are young players, all from almost Georgia. You have Quinyon Mitchell. You have a young secondary, Cooper DeJean, now playing in the slot. There's encouraging things here from a young defense.
Sure,
it doesn't matter if it's a bad team or not. They beat up on Cincinnati. Those are encouraging signs going forward, and you can only get better from here. Listen, you can gain confidence playing against these bad teams. If you're doing your job against these bad teams, it can carry over when you're playing against those good teams, and you have that confidence.
Well, all I can say is this. You're not facing a team like the Giants or Dallas or Jacksonville or Cleveland in a playoff game. So you have to be better than you were in those games, in the playoff games, because you're not getting that level of quarterback. You're not getting Daniel Jones. You're not getting Cooper Rush. You're not getting Deshaun Watson and whatever Trevor Lawrence was last Sunday. You're not getting that level of guy. Now, Joe Burrow's very good, and they did play well. That's the encouraging part. The Joe Burrow game is encouraging that they were able to do it there. But I think it is fair for people, look, to be objective in this situation. I know you can only play with who's on your schedule, and you better damn win those games, and they did. And they dominated in those wins. But I could also say, okay, now you won those 5 games. Let me see you stay consistent and start to win. You got a game against Washington. You shut down this team who's been scoring. They're one of the higher scoring offenses in the league. If you play well in this game, okay, now I start to say, okay, I think you can beat a good team. I think you can beat a good offense. That's the thing. Can you handle a good offense that has a good offensive line? Can they get pass rush? And you're at the point now where in this NFC, it's really Detroit who has that really good offensive line. How do you match up with them? Because nobody else has an offensive line that is a top 5 level offensive line.
Yeah,
that's the big thing.
There's not a ton of teams that really scare you if you're the Eagles, right? The Detroit Lions, yeah, that's a really good team. That roster is really good. Minnesota, I mean, Sam Darnold, he's been okay the past couple of weeks. He was throwing a lot of interceptions in the end zone yesterday. So that doesn't really scare me as much. Washington, you're going to find out this Thursday. And how massive was it yesterday that the Eagles were able to pull their starters late in the game, give them some rest? They didn't have to play a full game yesterday. That was huge heading into a short week. So the fact they were able to pull their starters yesterday and guys could get a little bit extra rest heading home to the flight back to Philadelphia for a short week, yeah, I think that was massive too. And that's going to play a role into this game against Washington this week.
Yeah, listen, I definitely think this one here, and then you have Baltimore, you have the Rams, you have the Steelers. You're going to have some games where you're going to find out a little bit more about them and find out who they are. I think the good thing is they got 5 games here to implement who they are defensively, and the key is on defense, they've done it healthy. For the most part, they haven't had to, change the pieces. These guys are playing with each other. Vic Fangio's learning them more.
That's what I was going to ask.
He doesn't have to kind of, it's not like they've had to play with this guy out and then they got to insert him back in. No, they've had a healthy group of guys, so now Fangio has a better idea. Okay, I could do this with this guy. I could do that with that guy. I could get more from him. I could do that with him. That's where I like what this defense has done. They stayed healthy, and they're growing. I think Cooper DeJean is a legit difference maker, not only for this year's team. I mean, they kept talking about it yesterday on the broadcast. Keep in mind, these guys are rookies. He's like, Romo kept saying how much they're getting from 2 guys that are rookies right now. Mitchell, to me, dynamic defensive guy in terms of one-on-one, man, lockdown. Cooper DeJean can tackle you. He's a difference maker because he tackles. That's something that you don't see in this league. You can move him all over the place. He doesn't have to just play nickel slot. He can play all over the field. Zach Bond has added a dimension they just did not have last year. Nicholas Morrow and Zach Cunningham were not very good linebackers. They were just okay. Having Bond, you have a guy who has been a pass rusher. He has been fine in tackling. He tackles you. Those are big differences. They get lost in the sauce sometimes. Guys that can tackle.
Yeah, in this league, you got to be able to tackle. And Zach Bond has been massive. They didn't really use him right when he was in New Orleans. Now it seems like he's found a niche with the Philadelphia Eagles. It's
on a contract year, by the way.
Yeah. So,
they're going to have to figure out something with him.
It's huge with having Zach Bond step up. So, Eagles in good shape. Thursday, you listen right here on 97.3, Mike. It'll be a good game. Commanders and Birds on Thursday night. All right, let's move along to nugget number 2. Jared McCain. We got to talk about the 76ers. They got a win yesterday, second win of the season. Jared McCain, I got to bring it to you, Mike. He has been fantastic the past couple of games. 18 points against the Lakers, 4 of 9 from 3, 27 points last night against the Hornets. His ball handling has looked fantastic. That was a little bit of concern coming in. But he's been getting some minutes because of all the injuries, Maxey being out. He's gotten an opportunity to play. And I'll tell you what, he looks really good on the offensive end. If he's knocking down shots, he's going to find himself in this rotation more and more. I know it's early on in the season. I know there's been injuries, but that is an impressive sign from the young rookie who thought, man, maybe he goes down to the G League, gets minutes down there. No, he looks right at home in the NBA as of right now.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him last night. I mean, especially late in the game where people are deferring to him. You got like Kyle Lowry saying, look, this kid, go. Let him cook right now. The game against the Lakers, you're out there in L.A., LeBron James, and you're not afraid of the moment. He was the only reason worth watching that game at times on Friday night. I think it's an interesting thing because I was very, very down on this team. And look, quite frankly, they're not winning a championship with all the injuries and the guys in and out. But you know, they drafted Tyrese Maxey in the 20s a couple of years ago. You didn't think much of him. Hey, you draft a guy in the 20s. He turns out to be Tyrese Maxey. McCain is a guy that a lot of people like, but, you know, he was a little undersized, and they weren't sure. Could they have found another guy in the 20s that outperforms his draft slot because he can score? And I thought there was moments in the game last night where he balled up on ball, where there was the shot clock violation late in the game.
Yep.
So he's looking like he can play some defense, but he has changed my mind on a couple things. Not that they can win a championship right now. I'm not going to change on that because of the injuries to Embiid, who's supposed to play tomorrow night, so we'll see him. But I think when they are at full strength, whenever that may be, 5 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, Maxey, Oubre, Paul George, I want to see Yabusele and Embiid be the starting five.
So you're out on Caleb Martin.
I'm not out on him as a player, but I thought he played well last night, made some defensive stops. He's not a scorer. I think he would be better suited coming off the bench. He's not a real stretch four. I think Yabusele gives you more energy. He can knock down the three. He gives you size. He gives you that offensive rebounding. He gives you that, now, it's not that Martin does it. Martin's a tough guy, too. He's a guy that will go on the floor, but he's not as big as Yabusele.
He's not a knockdown shooter right now.
And he's not a knockdown shooter either, like Gershon has shown that. So I think you do that. And then, coming off the bench, you get a little bit more scoring with McCain and
Gordon.
I'm interested to see if McCain takes Gordon's minutes.
Yeah, McCain. If McCain is he was a 16th pick. He was a couple picks before Maxey. And remember, there was controversy on should the Sixers have taken who the Lakers took, right? And then they ended up with McCain. Yeah,
believe me, my text messages that night were going nuts.
Yeah,
and Connect can't play.
Yeah, so I mean, McCain really showing up. 27 points. That's huge. He had 18 against the Lakers, and you nailed it, Mike. He is not afraid of the moment at this point. That he's played a couple games in his career. He's barely played 10 games already, and he doesn't seem afraid of the moment. And, if he's hitting those outside shots, he can really find himself in this rotation. Those outside,
that's why
he still is undersized. You could tell
when
he tries to drive to the net, he's still undersized.
But that's what I'm saying. You have Maxey as kind of the starting guy, and then you have McCain kind of coming in, and he can steer that second unit and give you a little energy and give you some points. The question will be, can they play Maxey and McCain together? That's going to be a tough sell. But can he be the guy that kind of – see, that's what I'm wondering. Like, Reggie Jackson has not gotten any minutes here, so he's obviously a nothing burger. Gordon, Gordon's a guy who's – he played well last year in Houston. He could score still. He could still shoot. He hasn't played well to start here. But is he a guy that's already phased himself out? And does McCain get those minutes, which would be about that 15 to 18 kind of range? Do you expand him? Does he start to cut into Kyle Lowry's minutes a little bit more and become that guy? And you have McCain and Caleb Martin. And I'm interested also to see who gets the backup Embiid minutes. Is that Drummond, or do they give those to Yabusele?
Yeah, that's another question as well. He's played very, very well, Yabusele has. He's been amazing so far, and that was kind of a late addition to this roster based upon the Olympics, so it's a good signing by Daryl Morey right there. Embiid returns tomorrow. Mike, I may be in attendance. I might not be in the nosebleeds, though. I might be Nicky lower level tomorrow. Nicky lower
front
level.
row?
Yeah, well, I mean, not
Nicky
front row, but lower
seats?
level. Might be lower level tomorrow. So
Nicky lower bowl. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
We're moving up in the world.
Embiid plays tomorrow. They get him back. He probably wouldn't play on Wednesday because it's a back-to-back. But let's get this over. I mean, come on. Let's get him on the court.
Yeah.
Let's have him play some basketball.
Can he give us 20 and 10? I mean, 23 and 9?
Yeah.
He should.
I'm expecting that. I'm
Oh,
expecting
yeah. Embiid will come back tomorrow night, score 35 points, and grab 12 rebounds, and everyone's like, oh, look at Embiid. He's back. He looks great.
Yeah.
Of course he does. Then he won't play the next night.
Yeah, and I'm nervous because, they're playing the Knicks tomorrow. It's an NBA Cup game, your favorite, Mike and Pete. I mean, I know we love the NBA Cup. Big time game for the Sixers tomorrow, but I'm curious to see what the ratio of Knicks to Sixers fans are tomorrow.
I don't understand. Okay, this whole NBA Cup, they could do such a better job with this thing. Nobody cares about it, number one. But if you want people to care about it, okay, first off, it should be the NBA Cup thing should be for the entire month. The whole month of whatever, December, is an NBA Cup month. That should be the way they do it. And then instead of having just East Coast, Eastern Conference teams, you are randomly selected regardless of conference. Because what it comes down to, again, is you're playing East versus West. The NBA Cup should be anybody. Who's the best team regardless of conference? So your bracket might have a West Coast team, an East Coast team, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're basically saying it's East versus West again. That's what the NBA championship is. The NBA Cup should be for the entire month of December. Who's the best team in the league, regardless of conference?
I feel like most people going to the game or watching the game aren't going to realize until the game starts that it's an NBA Cup game because they'll see the floor. I mean, that's where it's at right now. Let's see the different floor out there. That's essentially what's going to happen.
The floor is different, and that's what the young people are seeing on TV or TikTok or whatever they're watching the highlights on, and they're seeing that floor being different, and that's kind of drawing people in. But for the most part, I don't know why anybody – who won the NBA? The Lakers did last
year, right?
The Lakers.
Yeah, they put a banner up, by the way. They put a banner up.
Did they really?
Yeah, that was a whole story about them. And they played Indiana in the finals. The fact that the Lakers won the NBA Cup last year and got knocked out in the play-in round, why would anybody be excited about the NBA Cup if the team that won it was barely a playoff team?
I don't know. It is what it is. All right. Got to real quick get nugget number 3. And I don't know if you guys saw in the Daily Pennsylvanian, John Middleton commented on Juan Soto. He said, quote, I'm afraid Juan Soto wants to be in New York, and I don't mind being a stalking horse. So I don't know how much confidence that gives Phillies fans right there that they're going to get Soto. It seems like Soto's going to go back to New York. Phillies could be just used to drive the price, it feels like, Mike.
Well, we know Boris has a relationship, and he's going to ask the Phillies, hey, can you get involved to try to draw the price up? And I've said all along, I don't think the Phillies get involved in the Soto mix. Maybe they make him an offer, see if he likes it, see if he can get Trey Turner and Bryce Harper to kind of lean on him a little bit. But in the end, someone's going to blow him out of the water.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the New York teams. Either going to be Cohen or it's going to be he's going to return to New York. Since he played there last year, it just has the feel that he's going to return back to the Yankees. And why wouldn't you? You're just in the World Series. So that's what it feels like. But Phillies looks like they'll be in, but might not have a great chance at it.
All right. Well, we'll see. The hot stove is up. Nobody's really moved any of substance yet, but we'll keep our eyes on that. By the way, what was it, PG? How many days till Clearwater? Was it 108?
Yeah, I think it's in the hundreds.
Yeah, it's in the hundreds, definitely. Not till February.
Somebody tweeted it out this morning. It was, I got to remember, it was like 108 days until.
That truck's going to be loaded up with the bubble gum and the bats.
Yep.
And maybe Juan Soto will be on the truck, too. Maybe he'll drive the truck down. It'd be nice.
Don't be disappointed if Juan Soto's not here.
I think it'll be just the Fanatic.
Yeah, probably just the Fanatic. You're probably right, PG. All right, Mike and P. That's 3-pack of nuggets for you today.
There you go. Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash. All right, that sounded right there. Right now, I need caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now at 609-573-3776. You are entered into this year's 99 Growlers Party live at Mudhead Brewing Company in Wildwood. We'll be there Wednesday, November the 27th, and so will caller number 7, along with 99 participants in this year's 99 Bottles Party. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you could win a pair of tickets to the Eagles Steelers, club box seats for that game, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, shows from all over the area, and so much more. It's this year's $99 bottles party.
This is
South
South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football, hosting their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He is going deep down the far side of the field. Sleeping for back to back.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 8:15. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Golden Bird Macklin. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, so many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat, grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. You already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Go for holiday bliss. Whether naughty or nice, you are not going to want to miss this. Go for nights that shine with friends, a toast so fine. Go to find Santa's place. Go to see that smiling face. Go to give the gift of cheer with the card that brings dreams near. With endless fun and things to do, it is the gift that keeps on giving too. Go for the dazzling lights, it's quite a sight. Go to Ocean Casino Resort for holiday magic of every sort.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm a girl!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of the show. A lot to dive into. Nick Sirianni spoke earlier, so we got some news on Jordan Mailata. We'll get some updates there and what that might mean for this offense moving forward. Because one thing that I just talked about last hour is the defense has had the continuity. They haven't really had a big injury. Yes, Slay missed a game, but there hasn't been a big-time turnover. The offense just still has not played at full strength other than opening night, and that was the night they put up their most points. So what can this offense continue to be? We'll get into that. John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. He joins me now on a Sports Bash Monday. You know, really impressive win, John. They took care of business. It was ugly in the first half. What changed in the second half that allowed them to dominate the game, which was ugly for the first half of that game? You know, early in that first half, what happened in your mind with all the sacks? 5 sacks. Is it Jalen holding the ball too long? Pass rush? Mike Zimmer doing some creative things? What do you make of the pressure and the ability to get to Jalen Hurts 5 times in the first half of that game. Yeah, I know you said I don't want to nitpick, but yeah, I think you're right. The first half of that game, I was like, man, this is horrendous. How ugly it was with the sacks and him holding onto the ball, and you're thinking, are they just calling these slow developing plays, or is it just him holding the ball too long, trying to make the perfect play where there are plays for him to make that he doesn't make? And that would be something, big picture. Is he going to hold the ball waiting for these plays to develop against better teams, and they're just not there? That would be something. But in the second half, he does make some plays, and I thought he played really well in the second half. Made a lot of really nice plays with both his legs, sidestepping some pressure, and some of the ball placement, John, on some of his throws. I mean, this is the second half is vintage Jalen Hurts, at his best. Let's take a look at the defensive side of the ball. Before we get to the defense, actually, let's talk about Mailata. Your feeling on him for Thursday night. Nick today was pretty non-committal, but the fact that they opened up his 21-day window, does that kind of suggest you think he will play on Thursday night, or because it's a short week? What is your thoughts there? Right. Right now, that being said, I mean, Fred Johnson wasn't awful, but obviously Mailata's an upgrade. And, John, this would be, if he plays in the game on Thursday night, it will be the first time since the opener that the entire group of offensive starters would be playing together. So that, to me, tells me there's still a lot more for this offense to continue to keep growing and gelling. And this is a team that's scoring 28 points a game over the last four. They've become one of the most explosive offenses. But I think getting Mailata out there just adds another wrinkle of things that you can do. True. All right, let's go to the defense because I thought early in the game, obviously, they got some turnovers, but Dallas just running the ball on you a little bit. Dallas goes down, and if Zeke Elliott isn't 4 years past his expiration date here, he fumbles down in a key spot on the goal line, and quite frankly, a pretty good team might punch one in there. But in the first half, they're giving up yards on the ground. But what you said earlier, it was just no fear of Dallas taking shots down the field. I mean, they just had no confidence at all in Cooper Rush. So the defense locks down, though, in the second half of that game and completely takes basically everything away. They took the run away. They couldn't throw the ball down the field and just dominated the game there. But as they get to that next level of opponent now, what have we learned about them over this 5-game stretch where they've really started to dominate? Yeah, what do they do? What is this defense's calling card? What is it that they do? Because I think a lot of people say, do they have that elite pass rusher? Not necessarily. So what is this defense's calling card? Yeah, I want to get. I want to get your explanation on how the linebackers, or is it overstated, have helped change some of the things. Because last year you had Nick Morrow and Zach Cunningham. What the Vaughn is getting a lot of praise. His ratings have been good. He seemingly is a guy that doesn't hurt you. But are they helping you? Are those guys helping this defense? N'Kobe, I tell you, and then N'Kobe Dean, by the way, who is on the injury list with a groin, he would be a DNP had they practiced today, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But just those two guys, well, and you wonder, like, okay, when they talk about they don't spend money on linebackers, they're going to have to make a decision on Zach Bond now because he has a one-year deal. Yeah. Right. John McMullen, Birds 365, and, of course, Sports Illustrated here on the Sports Bash. Eagles win yesterday. How much inserting Cooper DeJean, now that we are into week, what are we, 10 or 11, how much has that impacted what Vic Fangio has been able to do? Mm-hmm. All right, John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. Another day, by the way, where Hurts just 20 passes, 14 of 20, 202 yards, 2 touchdowns. He got sacked 5 times. He did throw a pick, and they ran the ball 38 times for a win. But 38 times, only 66 yards come from Saquon Barkley. He got 34 from Shipley and 30 from Gainwell. So late in the game, those two guys tacked on another 60-plus yards in the run game. We'll get you ready for the Eagles and the Commanders. Oh, my God. John, there was 9 minutes left in that game, and I said, are you kidding me? I've got to – I mean, oh, it was rough. By the way, did you see Jalen Carter puke on the field? No, I just say I did. I was surprised because normally on social media, like immediately, I'm like, I definitely saw him throw up. Like he definitely threw up on the field, and I did see like some rando people just like, did Jalen Carter puke? Did Jalen Carter puke? But I didn't see any of the beat guys. I figured if you were there, but you weren't there yesterday, right? Yeah. Well, it was in the first half. It was on the first half, and they're running the ball all over you. And I think it was the drive that Elliott ended up fumbling, and they went right after him. He could barely get into a three-point stance, and he just turns around. He's right around the 50-yard line on the star, and he just threw up everywhere. And then he got down, and they blasted him, like pushed him way off the line. I'm like, man, what the heck is up with this? You know, he looked like he was disoriented. And by the end of the game, he was fine. I thought he had a big impact in the game, Carter. But, yeah, he definitely looked like he threw up at some point during the game. Now, is Oz the Mentalist staged? I guess. I mean, it's pretty impressive, though. Like, he yesterday had A.J. Brown. He knew A.J. Brown's, like, first crush's name, you know, from his, like, middle school days. He had, like, one was with Saquon Barkley, and the other one was all right, well, the video is up on our website now for the people who did not see it yesterday at 973ESPN.com. All right, John McMullen will get ready for first place Philadelphia and second place Washington, and that is coming up on Thursday night on 97.3 ESPN. John, thanks as always, pal. And make sure you check out John tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel with Birds 365. Right here on the Sports Bash, we are live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Flyers tonight taking on the Sharks, and that game is on our sister station, Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, this Saturday night. You watching?
I'm going to watch. It's on Netflix. You told me that. I'm watching it.
It's right here at the Fanatic Sportsbook as well. So if you're looking for a place to watch the fight, you can come right here to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Tyson, Paul.
Now,
one man is 58 years old.
Tyson's 58. Jake Paul's 27.
And really quick, it's Friday night, not Saturday night.
Oh, it's Friday night.
Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
November 15th, right.
Oh, man.
Now, I got to think that maybe is a little rigged. Maybe it's got a little predetermined round by round going here.
You think?
I mean, one guy's 58, the other guy's 27.
Would you get in the ring with Tyson?
A 58-year-old Mike Tyson? No. But if I was Jake Paul, I would.
Whoa, that's interesting.
So, now this fight was supposed to take place a couple months ago. Tyson had to pull out because of some illness.
Yeah, he got sick on an airplane flight, had some sort of vertigo thing.
Tyson, Paul, Friday night. See,
Now, Josh said that Mayweather, Paul, that was staged.
Well, he knocked him out and they held him up.
You're paying for 8 rounds. You're getting 8 rounds.
Knocked him out, held him up. Maybe he just wanted to keep kicking his ass.
Well, the story goes is supposedly, there were people who were placing some wagers on offshore accounts and,
With Mayweather, though, I would think something nefarious because he's a big bettor, right?
Yeah, so that was the whole thing with the Conor McGregor fight, that he wanted the McGregor fight to go a certain distance because he knew people who bet on Mayweather to go a certain number of rounds.
Well, I'm going to watch.
Well, you got to watch for the spectacle.
Did you watch the Tyson-Roy Jones fight a couple of years ago? That wasn't worth it.
I didn't see that.
No, it wasn't worth it.
I didn't pay for that.
Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, Friday night. You can watch it here. Anybody know any other places that are airing that fight Friday night? Any other local establishments airing that fight Friday night? That's like a night out to do something. Hey, you guys want to go watch the, you know what I mean?
I like how it's on Netflix.
What time is that fight?
10
10 o'clock.
Well, so it's 10 o'clock is the fight, but 8 p.m. is the main card because there's actually some legitimate boxing matches on the card.
Actually, no, that's the UFC 309. Oh, that's on Saturday night.
Yeah,
The
UFC 309
That's
is on
why
Saturday.
I saw that. So they have the UFC card here Saturday night, and they have the Tyson fight here on Friday night.
Yes, it's a busy weekend at Ocean Casino Resort.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. You're going to watch a big-time fight. The energy in this place, unbelievable for those UFC fights.
I mean, you might be more entertained by the people who were betting on the fights than the actual fights at Ocean Casino.
Oh, it gets the energy on a fight night in here is awesome. All right, when we come back, we got today's big three. We've got plenty more to go. I got my Bet365 plays of the day.
I got Detroit's schedule here for the rest of the way. I want to go over it. See how many more wins they got, how many more losses.
Fair. All right, that's all coming up still on a Sports Bash Monday.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Is your home ready for the season? Worried about rooms that just won't stay warm this winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today to ask about a new energy-efficient system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi ductless system. With generous financing options through South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric, plus additional savings through rebates from your local utility companies. Upgrading your system could also help lower your utility bills. Call Jenkins today or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, celebrating football season with special new menu items. The Kelsey Combo, created by number 62 himself, a handcrafted barbecue burger, world-famous crab fries, and an ice-cold garage beer. Our incredible jumbo soft pretzel, Chicky style, with a heaping skillet of our own in-house crab dip, and our delectable sweet heat wings, where a portion of the proceeds go to the A.J. Brown Foundation. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Our new menu includes our boneless wing special every Monday. Buy a single order of our mouth-watering boneless wings and get a snack order of boneless wings free. Every Tuesday and Wednesday, it's buy one, get one free snows. Buy any number of delectable snow crab legs and get the same amount free. Plus the Kelsey Combo, tasty buffalo fried shrimp, seafood pasta in our famous Sicilian or red sauce. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's.
When you hear Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, you probably think of larger-than-life balloons and show-stopping performers. But this year, for the first time, you should also think of incredible deals, because Macy's is counting down to the big day with our first ever parade of deals happening now. We have big savings on gifts, like 25 to 40% off sweaters and fleece. And every day, find new deals online all the way through the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NHL, the Flyers hosting the San Jose Sharks tonight. Philadelphia playing 6 of their next 7 games at home. Saturday, the Flyers lost in Florida to the Panthers 4-3 in a shootout and have dropped 3 of their last 4 games. NBA, the Sixers back in action Tuesday hosting the New York Knicks, a game where center Joel Embiid is expected to make his season debut. Philadelphia beat Charlotte on Sunday 107-105 in overtime. That snapped a 5-game losing skid. Jared McCain 27 points. The Eagles beat Dallas Sunday 34-6, winning their 5th in a row. They raised their record to 7-2, and with Washington's loss to Pittsburgh, Philadelphia now leads the division by a half game. Jalen Hurts, 202 yards passing, threw for 2 touchdowns, ran for 2 more. Dallas Goedert and Johnny Wilson both had touchdown catches, and the Eagles defense held Dallas to 2 field goals and forced 5 turnovers, keeping Dallas to 146 yards of total offense. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. It's been one of the warmest starts to November on record, and now it's time for temperatures to turn more seasonable. Get ready for a chill in the air, settling in by this time tomorrow. Tonight, mainly clear and dry, breezy and cool, low 48. Tomorrow's high only 55, much cooler, sunny and windy tomorrow. Wednesday, mostly sunny, high of only 52. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Last year, over 25% of traffic fatalities were related to alcohol or drug impairment, a staggering statistic. When you choose to drive under the influence, you're risking it all. Make the right choice. We are all counting on you.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Big audience on the live video there today, PG, over at Mike Gill Show on X and YouTube. Use the hashtag SB Live. Who gets the credit? It's brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Make the switch of bank with your only community credit union. Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union offers some of the lowest loan rates around, including refinancing. Learn more at JerseyShoreFCU.com. Who gets the credit from me? I'm going to go outside the box on this one.
Zach Bond.
Nope. I'm going, you know who gets the credit this week? Nick Sirianni.
Oh, I like that, actually.
He got beaten and bruised last week, and he said, you know what, people? 5 in a row. I'm 41-19. I'm going to go down to Dallas and do something we haven't been able to do. They're beating everybody in the division, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut you all up. Now, one complaint about Sirianni this week. He gets the credit for me. Josh, who you got?
Oh, I would go with Vic Fangio. I would stay with the coaching staff. I thought Fangio did a great job.
That offense is so limited.
Yeah, but he held him down. What happened last week? You let the Jags get back into the game.
The Jags have legitimate offensive talent.
Name someone not the quarterback or the running back on the Jags.
It doesn't matter. They have a capable quarterback that you can actually call some plays with.
Yet the Jags almost won this week with the backup quarterback.
Well, the first-round pick, Mac Jones, isn't a stiff. They covered.
They've covered every game since Doug Peters took over play calling.
And he's still going to get fired.
Who's your credit?
I'm going to go with Zach Bond.
Yep.
2 forced fumbles. Him and Nakobe Dean, they are like brothers in that linebacking core.
They're like brothers, Julius?
Yeah.
They did a good job. Absolutely. Those guys, look, Fangio's defense, you give them the credit, fine. I mean, if they can't, look at that play there. That ball, the tight end catches it with one hand, and then he fumbled it.
That was close.
I mean, jeez. All right, that's brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Make the switch and bank with your only local community credit union, Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. That's who gets the credit for the Eagles' win. I'm going Nick Sirianni. Josh went with Vic Fangio, and Pete G goes with Zach Bond. All right, let's get into today's Big Three.
Big Three being brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions, event of the holiday season. Boxing is back at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City on Saturday, November 16th, with 3 undefeated South Jersey boxers in action. Atlantic City's Justin Figueroa, Abbs Academy High School graduate Bruce Selden Jr., and Pleasantville's Francisco Rodriguez, all in action. Tropicana Atlantic City this Saturday. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Very good. All right, let's go. What do you got?
Well, we got to talk about Micah Parsons, all right? Because, Mike, how many weeks have we played audio from Jason Kelsey and Brandon Graham and Darius Slay and Lane Johnson and Saquon Barkley? They all love Sirianni, and the listeners will say, well, of course they're going to say something nice about their coach. Well, here is Exhibit A of what happens when players actually don't like their coach. Micah Parsons was asked about his feelings about, hey, your head coach, Mike McCarthy's in the last year of his contract. What are your thoughts on the head coach? Well, apparently, Micah Parsons had something to say.
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out. That's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. Yeah, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So
I'm just dumbfounded by what just came out of that guy's mouth.
That was a cheap shot. The last comment there, that was a cheap shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's above my pay grade. Number one, actually, you get paid more than the GM, I'm sure.
You get paid more than the head coach, actually.
Right. So, yes, it's not your decision, but it's not above your pay.
He should have stopped right there.
What he said is, get me out of here. That's what he said. I mean, he could have just manned up and said, get me out of here. Instead, he went that route. Micah Parsons is a great player, but that team has consistently come up small in his era and his tenure with the Dallas Cowboys. And the next thing you're going to hear is, should they trade him and all this stuff. If I'm a coach of another team and I heard that coming out of his mouth, do I want him on my team?
No, absolutely not.
What if you're Howie? Would you take him on the Eagles?
Of course you would. But
him and Saquon are buddies.
My point is, everybody would take him on their team. But hearing that, do you want him, when times are bad?
No, that's a bad teammate right there.
Bad teammate. It's and like what you said, we hear all the stuff about Nick Sirianni from the fans. They don't like him, take the points. You never hear the Eagles players throwing him under the bus, saying, we should have taken the points there. You know why? Because they believe in what the coach is doing. You might not like it, and that's fine. I don't expect people to like him not taking the points and taking points off the board. I totally understand why people would not jive with that. But the players are not coming out and saying, we should have kicked it there or we should have not gone for it. They are always supportive of that coach, and that tells you what they think of Nick Sirianni. And if the people out there haven't figured that out by now, that is a you problem. This team likes playing for Nick Sirianni. And meanwhile, look what's going on down in Dallas. Exhibit A guy and a team that doesn't like playing for their head coach, and Exhibit B, a guy and a team that does like playing for their head coach, Philadelphia.
I wanted to ask you real quick before we get to the next audio bite, Mike. Do you think that Micah Parsons having his own podcast has empowered him to maybe speak out, whereas maybe athletes maybe 20 years ago would have not in a situation like this?
Yeah, all these podcasts and everything now is giving these guys a platform to just speak their mind and say whatever they want. I mean, it's a constant battle of I'm sure the organizations don't want their guys going on these podcasts and doing these podcasts, but what are you supposed to do?
Right, you can't stop them. You can follow them home, and be like, don't do that. The reason I'm asking as well is because a former player who has a podcast, Chris Long, on the Green Light podcast, he was reacting to the Eagles' win over the Cowboys, or as he calls it, they boat raced them. He says, after what Micah Parsons says, that maybe Mike McCarthy should want to be fired. Mike?
If I were Mike McCarthy, would I want to keep my job or get fired right now? Because honestly, the worst punishment I think Jerry Jones could put him through is to make him coach this team. Honestly, this is worse than being fired.
He's not wrong. I was doing
8 more games with Cooper Rush as quarterback.
Or Trey Lance.
Well, who the hell wants that? I mean, you're handcuffed at this situation. You got a quarterback who's inadequate. You've got an offense that has no weapons. Yeah, and if you're Mike McCarthy, it's a shame, too, because you were a great coach. You won a Super Bowl. This is your last chance. No one else is hiring that guy to be a head coach. This is it for you. And now Long's not wrong. He probably wants to get the heck out of there. This thing is going to be at this point, we're not making the playoffs. You're not bringing me back next year. Just get rid of me.
He mentioned Jerry Jones. Chris Long also mentioned about how, because Chris Long went on this whole rant about how Jerry Jones is delusional and the stadium stinks. But he says Jerry Jones might be like a bit of a, idiot genius because the Cowboys stink and we're still talking about them in the national media, Mike.
Jerry Jones is a genius. He's diabolical. It is a show. That is a team with a star on its helmet. The entire generation of people like me grew up watching that team, and somehow we've convinced ourselves because of the media that this team's still good or relevant. Like every year, even when they're not good. They've done this before.
Well, here's the thing. I understand. I asked the same question, but they're not relevant, and they're not good. But what they do have is a fan base that stretches through 50 states. And therefore, when the media talks about them, the media is a ratings-based business. And what generates the most viewers and interest when you're a national platform? If I'm talking about the Cincinnati Bengals, well, only people in the Cincinnati area care about them. Dallas has fans from the entire country, which is bizarre to me. That part of it, I think we should do a little bit more investigating on. But that's why they are, whether they're relevant or irrelevant, they have the most fans.
They're always going to be relevant.
Well, they're not a relevant team, but they're a relevant conversation because they have so much drama around them. Look, I always, we are living in a world right now where marketing is more important than substance.
That's true.
And that is the world we live in. If you can market yourself or market to the right people, that is more important than having substance behind what you are saying. And that's what the Cowboys are. They are a marketing machine. They are not interested in winning Super Bowls. They are not interested in that. They want to make money, and they market themselves, and they do a great job at marketing. And listen, again, this goes all the way back to them from winning championships in the 70s. They're living off of that. And then the 90s. Don't discount what they did in the 90s. They were tremendous in the 90s when Jerry Jones got – if Jerry Jones didn't win those 2 Super Bowls when he got that team – or three. When he got that
3
team.
and 4 years.
Right. If he and you got to give him credit that they did that in those 3 years. But if without those 3 years –
they'd be nothing.
Right. So the question would be, if they hadn't won a championship since the 70s now, so now you're in the, I mean, now you're talking about the 90s. We're over 30 years now, really. What was the last one, 95? So we're approaching 30 years since the last Super Bowl.
There's an entire swath of people who have never seen the Cowboys win a NFC championship game, let alone a Super Bowl.
Right. So they are an irrelevant in terms of championships at this point, but they have the past that they really, really do a great job of marketing.
Now, let me ask you this. The next head coach who they hire, Bill Belichick, someone floated out Deion Sanders, a package deal with Deion and his son. That would, I think, move the needle.
Well, it would just
for me.
If you hire Deion Sanders, it would continue to go down the road of what you're doing, your marketing. It's a marketing thing for Deion Sanders. And listen, as opposed to Belichick, Deion Sanders.
Belichick would be a football move.
Belichick's a football move.
Yes.
You try to bring Belichick in because you're 82 years old and I've got to get a Super Bowl before I'm done. You bring in Belichick. But if you're trying to make money and stay relevant and marketing and all that stuff, you go to Deion Sanders. And look, I blasted Deion Sanders for not being anywhere near ready to be coaching at that level. And quite frankly, I'm not sure that it's Deion Sanders. I think, the team, maybe some of the assistants have kind of stepped in and done a better job. And maybe it's Deion. I don't know. But I don't know that he can come into the NFL and just be a marketing guy. That's what Deion is. He's the marketing machine behind Colorado.
That's where he's headed, though. I think with the success he's having this year, that's where he's headed.
This year, but let's see him, okay, and it's admirable. I blasted him, and he's saying, Mike Gill, you're an idiot. Okay, fine, in this instance. But let's see what that Colorado program is when his son's not there and they don't have players of those 2 players. Because quite frankly, I think the conference is way down. That conference is way down.
That's when you jump ship. When you lose those players.
But that's the mistake. But then what
ship.
kind of coach are you if you can only win with those players?
I don't believe Deion Sanders' shtick will work in the NFL. Because a lot of what he does is based on the idea of, I'm the former player, you're the young men. I don't think that style of message will resonate with pro athletes.
And listen, again, he's got the best player on the field all the time. And at that level, look at Caleb Williams, okay? Caleb Williams on USC
was a monster.
Was the best player in the field. And look, they had a lot of talent around him. And I said, I don't think he's going to be this franchise-altering player. He might be a good quarterback, but I don't think he's changing the franchise. I just didn't love his game in college because he runs around too much. You can't be that guy at the pro level. And, it hasn't gone well for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that outside of the quarterback, what is Deion Sanders' next act if he doesn't have that level of player? And by the way, he's doing it in a Big 12 that is very mediocre at best.
Yeah, you could argue that maybe he's not able to do what he's doing at an SEC school, for example. Just use that as an example.
Well, let's say if Texas was back in the Big 12 this year, just that, like they might win the Big 12 this year. By the way, BYU was leading the Big 12 this weekend, and they lost to Utah.
Yep.
So that's what the Big 12 has become. It is not the same Big 12 now that, Texas is gone, Oklahoma's gone, Texas A&M left a couple of years ago. So somebody else left, too. Who else left?
Nebraska left.
Nebraska left.
They just hired Dana Holgerson.
He's
today.
the offensive coordinator. No, they hired him last week to be a consultant.
Yeah.
And then today they elevated him to offensive coordinator.
Yeah, they realized he was smarter than anybody else in the building, so they were like, never mind. You're the OC.
What's that Detroit schedule look like?
Detroit schedule, they got 8 games left. I just had it up in front of me here.
This is great radio.
Yeah. He tells me, I want to go over that Detroit schedule.
Thank God for the music. Well, I just exited out of my tab, but of course this internet.
He says, I want to give you the Detroit schedule. Okay, what is it? Well, I exited it out.
I got it.
What
I got
are we doing
it
here?
So they're playing Jacksonville this week.
I got a great idea
now you're stealing my bit, Henning.
I got a great idea for a segment. Okay, what is it? Well, I exited out.
Well, now it's not working. Now it won't let me bring it up.
Jacksonville this week.
That's a win.
At the Colts next week.
That's a win.
That's a win.
Then home against Chicago.
That's a win.
That's a win.
Home against Green Bay.
It's probably a win at home.
Home against Buffalo.
That's a tough game, but
at home.
Mm-hmm.
In the Dome. At Chicago, December 22nd.
That Bears team stinks.
That's a win.
At San Francisco, December 30th.
That's a tough game.
Wow, the NFL knew what they were doing there.
The final game of the year, Vikings.
Where's that game?
In Detroit.
I mean, they're going to lose a game. They're not going to go undefeated the rest of the way.
I got 2 losses, San Fran and Buffalo.
They could lose. They could lose some of those games, but I don't. I'd say 2 or 3 probably left on their schedule. If you want to be the number 1 seed, you're probably going to have to be in that 3-loss range if you're Philadelphia, which means you only have a chance to slip up one more time. More sports bets coming up. My Bet365
still not
play
loading.
Of
Still not
the
here.
day is coming up next.
It's Sixers basketball tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
He puts it up and in. A 3-point opportunity for PG. Great job by George.
It's Sixers Knicks tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance company. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler with 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist?
You don't say.
Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you
do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive
That's
Casualty
right.
Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. Let's get the weekend picks and see how we did. What we got, Josh?
Mike, you went 2-1 with your picks. You got the Chiefs-Denver game under. The Jags covered against the Vikings, but the Chargers could not keep it under the number. So you were 2-1 overall. You're 59-36.
59-36. Here are a couple winners for you here.
You're getting up there, my friend.
Yeah, that's some winning for you. All right? Here you go. Rams under tonight. That's a mortal lock.
So I should walk right over there.
Right there.
All right.
Game total?
Fanatic. What's that?
Game total?
Yep. Rams, Dolphins, under tonight.
What's that number?
Let's see. From when I looked at it this morning, let's see where it is now. I don't want to use the morning line. It is 48.5. All right. Wizards, Rockets, under. It's the game tonight. You want a
Wizards, that's a bad basketball team.
You want a college hoops game?
Yeah.
How about Pacific Hawaii?
Good grief.
First half under 68.
Michael O'Candy playing.
That's not bad. Good pull.
What was the pick?
Pacific versus Hawaii, first half under 68.
First half under. Good.
Yep. Did the research.
I'm not betting that. I got a wife and I got a kid.
How about Oklahoma, first half minus 15?
That's more up my alley.
All right. First half, Oklahoma, 15. There's our official picks. The Rams under, Wizards, Rockets. They're my two today.
Got it.
They're the only ones I did the real research for you. All right? It's actually not, hold on a second. It's not Wizards, Rockets. What'd I say? Over? No.
You said under.
No, I'm taking the Rockets in the game. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're taking the Rockets spread?
Yes, Rockets spread. Yep. Let me get that number for you again. It's 12.
Thanks.
Yep. There you go. That's my Bet365 plays of the day. We'll do it again tomorrow. What's the record again?
59-36. I got that.
59-36.
I just don't know the Rockets spread.
12. I just told you.
Now I know it's 12.
There you go. All right, we'll back again tomorrow. And don't forget, Monday Night Football tonight, and the Flyers are over on Rock 104.1. But first, it's time. There you go. That's Sounders 609-403-0973. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, right now, you are entered to win a spot in this year's 99 Growlers party at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. Caller 7, you will be one of the 99 people entered into this year's party where everybody wins a pair of tickets to something, but somebody's walking away with a pair of tickets to the Eagles-Steelers game, club box seats for their matchup at Lincoln Financial Field. We've got Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets. We've got concert tickets, shows from all over the area. If you want to be one of the 99, here's your chance. 609-573-3776. Good luck.
Kevin Harlan here from Monday.